What's up, my friends? Welcome to week 2 here in NECC Overwatch. My name's Jeff. I'm here with Chef Billy to guide you through the first half of our day. It's first 2/3 of our day, math and stuff. We got a couple of good teams to start us off. We're heading to the Navigators division here for our first matchup.
We are going to be seeing the Eastern Eagles Maroon going up against AMCAT OW here in the Navigators Northeast. So we want to take a look and see what they're coming in with. I believe that you said we got this changed very last minute on us. Eagles are coming in 1-0 here in week number 2, and the AMCAT squad are coming in 0-1. So they want to turn their fortunes around here early in the season. And I've already seen a name that I'm going to be digging into here, Chef Boyar Bree. There can only be one chef. It's just like the Highlander. I will come after you, and claim that only one status, just to let you know. But, I mean, we're going to take a look and see what these teams are going to come out with. Here's take a look at AMCAT OW here. This is their squad coming up. Ted's cousin, freshman, lots of freshmen here, actually. Cam. We were trying to figure out how to say that, but we're going to go ahead and call him Cam. Ghost, ESA Mobile, and Murphy coming through for the Wildcats. It looks like that's who they are. And then we'll take a look over at the Eastern Eagles here squad. And we've got Mara, Chef Boyar Bree, as I said before, Selv, 10, and Astral Ban. A little bit more senior leadership here looking for Eastern. So we'll see if the senior leadership is going to be able to pull them through here, Jeff. But, I mean, I've been looking forward to seeing, people have now had a couple of weeks to get used to the changes that have come through here in season number 3. And I really want to see, what kind of meta has actually evolved for them. I'm very interested to see what we get out of here. Are we going to see a lot of Ramatra still? Reinhardt definitely has a better place in the meta right now, so I think it's going to be really map dependent. Where we see these tanks go through. The DPS situation is as fluid as it's ever been. I was actually going back and watching some of our old stuff from back in the day, and we were talking about fluid meta then. It looked like concrete back then, back in our console days. Now you can pretty much go with whatever you want. It's just specific on map. So we're going to start here on Lighthouse in Oasis. Well, I say that as we take a look in here. Well, I think we're going to go to Well now, maybe.
Yeah, that was just a little B-roll.
Just a little B-roll. So, yeah.
It will indeed be Well here for our first map. Eastern Eagles coming off of a tough loss there against the ESU Warriors. That was an 0-3 in the Eagles' first week, so still looking for their first map win. AMCAT came out strong with a 3-1 victory over SWU Blue. See if they can keep that going here in the Northeast Division. It's still early off in the season. I mean, still early on that patch that you're referring to. So it wouldn't surprise me if we're seeing teams still experiment a bit with the compositions and what they want to run.
Well, I mean, if these compositions hold, we're looking at mobility versus sustain. I mean, there's still going to be a lot of sustain on the AMCAT side, but I mean, looking at the tank situation, Ball versus Orisa, you've got a couple of really good mitigation tools here for an Orisa going in against a Wrecking Ball, Fortify being the best one. And Javelin Spin is going to be able to spin them around and, kind of control the movement of the ball. So that's what you're looking at coming out in the very beginning.
Okay, I can get some early positioning here. A lot of fast heroes, and they're going to set up. Most of them going cave. They're kind of starting to surround the point. The entirety of the Eagles want to go through the inside underneath the lighthouse, staying in a nice little clump. And just gotta dare anybody to step into their territory. Looks like ESA from the inside. Ted Cousin with a bit of a roll through up front. And nobody finding much purchase just yet, as our two teams are kind of in a standoff from opposite ends of the well.
I really like the initiation. There we go, taking out the main source of healing here for the Eastern Eagles. You still have a boop threat here from the Lucio. It almost has a sound barrier already in the first engagement.
Yeah, the Eagles could just end up getting surrounded. Ghost is hitting from one side. And yeah, long distance shots coming in from Nerfy, and they just pick apart the Eagles. Grab first control.
Well, I mean, this is a really good first start. I mean, they know what they want to do here. The mobility is definitely leaning into their identity right now. Self bringing out the Ramatra now. So going to lose the Battle Cattle and go over towards our newest tank hero. Still running with the May and the Reaper here. So, really, what does the Reaper want to do here? I mean, you're going to try and get on top of the ball, but the ball is so escapable. I'm kind of worried about this.
Ooh, mine's in a corner. 10 is in a bit of trouble. Ghost trying to pepper him down at the end. 90 to the blade. Dasher will get it. Soundbarrier online for Astral Band. Could be the ticket to push through. Self is very low. Out comes the blade. Astral Band able to get the sound barrier off. Everybody receiving the sounds of shields and a wall to deflect against the attack visor coming in from Nerfing. So 2 DPS ults used here from AMCAT, and they're not really able to get any value on the back of it. Now Eagles are trying to see if they can counterpunch, moving on to this objective. Looking to isolate, but here comes the Kitsune Rush, and AMCAT are trying to strike back. Coalescence at the ready if needed. Mines out. This is 4 ultimates thrown in. Finally, the mines are able to get work done. Ted Cousin got 2 sets of mines up in this fight.
Well, I mean, we're looking at the Blizzard kind of thrown out there in desperation and doesn't get anything for it. So they've really emptied their war chest here, Jeff. And I mean, you're coming up on a Death Blossom, you're coming up on Annihilation, but you still have Coalescence to hold you through it. So lots of sustain. Once again, this mobility is really going to be what they need to counter down.
It's up to Astral Band to get in and make sure they can get that overtime initiated. Chef Boyer Bree on the outside, kind of on an island. We're going to get Coalescence used. Nemesis 4 coming out from Selv, not able to get much done. Doesn't have a chance to pop the Annihilation. Quick kills and a quick round as AMCAT taking 100 to 0.
I mean, it was just mobility. I mean, the ability to kite away from danger, to be able to speed in also, and really get on top of the Eagles. AMCAT really understood their assignment there. They didn't worry about environmental kills. They just worked it as a hive mind and took care of the Eagles in quick order. So now, looking at Lighthouse, this is going to be where, you know, I want to see a little bit of variation here. The May is a good idea, as long as you use it to wall off. I don't know if you can wall off the Wrecking Ball, but maybe try to pin in the Soldier and maybe a Moira, even though you do have Fade, and the Swift Step for Kiriko is going to be really hard to kind of pin them in. So we'll see. Self switching over to the Sigma now. That's going to be able to give a little bit more pressure onto the Wrecking Ball.
Got Chef Boyer Breeze decided to just forego the May altogether. Coming out on the Sojourn here as we head into Lighthouse. Ted going in early. Getting a little initial damage down, and coupled with a damage orb, it's enough to take Chef Boyer Breeze out of the fight before they even get to the objective. 2 more kills on the back of it, and the Eagles just get picked apart in rotation trying to move to this point.
Oh, I mean, this has gone from bad to worse for them. I mean, that was just a one fluid movement that came through, and Ted's cousin on the Wrecking Ball already 50%. Or over 50% towards mines. So yeah, Self is actually going to go ahead and echo the Wrecking Ball here. So hamster on hamster violence coming into this next fight.
Now you love to see it. Same approach. Eagles going to move to the inside. Ghost is coming in behind the entire pack. Suzu already used. Ghost taking some damage. Dashes through everyone. That was a lot of ult charge and 1 cooldown. Makes their way out, and 10 somehow finds themselves on the business end of their own Helix rockets. Eagles already at a deficit. They look to move in on this second attempt to take the point. National Band scrambling back, trying to hide from Ghost, but the Cyber Ninja is hunting him down, led some hand shots, and Ted's cousin there to finish off the Kiriko and the heals. Just completely absent now for the Eagles.
I mean, look at that focus fire once again. I mean, even the Moira getting them involved in that. I still think Moira needs to have her range adjusted a little bit. It's a little bit too long with the Moira suck coming off there. So 4 ultimates coming into this next fight for AMCAT. You're looking for something out of Eastern Eagles. Maybe a really distinct and decisive pile driver coming in with some follow-up from Chef Boyer Bree. Double hit scans here should be able to take care of Nerfy and or the support line of AMCAT.
AMCAT are very spread out, so if Eagles can recognize that, they might be able to pounce on a singular target, but they lose Chef Boyer Bree early in the fight once again. The Sojourn has been a focus of AMCAT throughout the entirety of this sub-map, and now the Eagles are left with one last chance here. They're running out of time.
I mean, they'll get mines up here with a couple of headshots and a roll through. You should get your mines up, but you're looking at mines here, all in the cornerway. Then soldier on soldier violence,
combined with a blade coming out from Ghost. And this is threatening to be another 100-0. One lone Kiriko on point with a Fox to back her up. Unfortunately, won't be near enough to take out the entirety of AMCAT. 2 100-0s to AMCAT as they take Ilios in a swift map 1.
I mean, AMCAT definitely have an idea of what they want to run here. They know what their strengths are, and they are playing into them. A little bit of indecisiveness coming out from Chef Boyardee and Selv in the DPS department. You didn't see the same kind of hive mind and coordination going into these fights. So what I want to see, I want to see them really take care of business. I want to see them, understand what they want to do as a 5-man unit, and then really commit to it. You can't be wishy-washy here in 5-man Overwatch. I mean, back in, the 6-man days, you kind of, be a little bit wavering and really make your way through. But here in 5-man is so much more hyper-focused. The team fights are so much faster. The time to kill, the time to end a fight is so much faster. So once you start vacillating around, that's where we have the problems. That's where we saw, the 2 100s to 0. Maybe control just isn't their map type. Maybe the Eagles are doing better where there's a payload or to escort something around. So we'll see if they're able to bring it around.
We'll say, I feel like, the Eagles didn't want to play that dive composition. They didn't look as comfortable on it, but felt like they were forced into that mirror just because of how effective AMCAT was with the Wrecking Ball. So going into this map, I mean, we do have bans available, so AMCAT could ban out something that's really close quarters, like King's Row, as we head into hybrid. But if I'm the Eagles, I'm looking to pick a map that doesn't have as much room for the dive composition to work.
Yeah, I mean, I think, really, what do you have that doesn't work as well dive-wise? I mean, King's Row, you kind of almost are forced to play Brawl, because if you get spread out, if you are trying to move as a hive mind and you have somebody that can just take space, like a Reinhardt, like a Ramatra, and you're forced into situations that you don't want to be in, or your mobility is negated by either a Mei or a Sombra or something else, that's where, you can really take care of a dive composition. But that's going to come down to good comms from the Eagles. It's going to have to come down to them really deciding to lean into what they want to run. They can't be, pushed off of their comfort and what they want to run compositionally.
It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And of course, we don't. It's our first time seeing these two teams on stream, and being only week 2. So we're kind of learning alongside you, Fred, exactly what that comfort is and exactly where the Eagles feel the strongest. Coming out, with the Orisa and the Ramatra before eventually switching to the Wrecking Ball, seems to indicate that is really their comfort zone. We do have our maps coming through. Bonnie's been banned. We're headed to King's Row.
Well, they're definitely going to lean into the Brawl, I think, is what they're really going to think that they need to be doing here, is that they need to play close quarters. They want to have the enemy within arm's reach. So we will see if that's going to be the case here, or are we going to see Ted's cousin just be able to roll rampant around in the glorified hamster ball and see if they can take care of it from there. AMCAT are going to come out here on the attack. So it seems like they have chosen to attack first. They want to set that benchmark. So let's take a look defensively here for the Eagles. They're bringing out, a ton of damage. You're also looking at a little bit of close range protection as well, probably for Selv. Bringing the Brigitte out here. Brigitte started to really make her way back into some of these metas, especially when you're trying to run a brawly in-your-face defense. Getting that Inspire uptime is going to really make a Sigma's life a lot easier. The big thing that I'm worried about is Chef Boyardee on the Bastion. They need to make sure that they have repair packs ready to go and the orb ready at a stance at a moment's notice.
Yeah, the Brig is an interesting pick. Will not hold up well if this Reinhardt of Ted's cousin decides to get in their face. Moving around the far side of statue. Eagles are just going to hold on the back of Hotel, try to keep the ball composition at a distance.
Oof.
But Ghost on the outside is already picked off one. Now Ted's Cousins going in deep and just cleaning up Hotel. Trade out onto Nerfy, but still a one-player advantage here for AMCAT as the pin goes into the back, taking the signal with them. And now the hammer just cleaving through the entire pack. All three just getting smashed to bits.
I mean, Ted's coming up there with a three-piece on the back of just, you know, what you want to see out of a Reinhardt player. WM1 feeling invulnerable, especially seeing both the DPS and the Brigitte go down. No stun was going to be available. You just basically had to weather the storm of the Bastion coming in. So now, you know, Cam is going to be the main healer with the core group, and we'll see the Kiriko escorting our payload along. No changes out of the Eagles yet. So you're looking for Mara to get up Coalescence to keep them through this hyper-aggression coming from AMCAT.
Yeah, it's this Earthshatter I'm really keeping an eye on. Test Cousins have been so aggressive, that Earthshatter could just decimate them. As it goes down, it's going to find multiple with it, and Ted's Cousins just smashing through the ranks of the Eagles, flipping the wings and sending them back to spawn.
Oh, man. And that's the best part, I think. That's the biggest change as a Reinhardt enjoyer. The ability to cancel your charge, so you're not forced to, you know, extend to endure the entire duration of that charge. You can cancel it and start swinging away if you overhit your mark. So, I mean, right now it's going to take a lot of soul searching here for Eagles, as AMCAT are just pushing with impunity right now.
So the bulk of AMCAT are sitting up here to hold this next corner inside the Foundry. Sigma Shield already low. Woo, Cam went down to 4 health before ESA is able to get them topped off. Second point is now capped with Coalescence being invested from both sides. AMCAT definitely going to try to push forward on this corner. The Bastion is in Sentry form. It's going to force them back a little bit and even pick up that kill onto the Mora as well. So staying lacking a little bit here for Ted's Cousin as they pin in onto Self. They had ESA switch step up to Ted to keep them alive through the back end of this fight, but it's a late invested there from Chef Boyardee Breed. See if they can pepper down Ted's Cousin and slow down this approach. ESA Mobile falls here late or early, depending on the very broken situation of a team fight.
Well, good news there. We see we see the scoreboard kind of go away for a second. Rally comes out here for the Eagles. And, yeah, that holds them up through it. But, I mean, the big thing that I saw is that Ted's Cousin lost their Shatter in that fight.
Scenario Rush combined with Attack Visor. That is just ruthless. Mara and 10 getting the brunt of that. And AMCAT, despite losing that Earthshot in the previous fight, still have plenty of tools to push through and win the next.
Well, I mean, 2 Ultimates invested in that fight. Ghost had Hanzo out there for a minute, has gone over to the edgelord now, so Selv is going to be the main focus of their ire going into it. And Ted's Cousin just going to hold Spawn Door here and take care of the Bastion. Now going to rotate around and gets Astral Ban on the pin. Oh, no.
Selv in a lot of trouble. Team Attack Visor and a desperate attempt coming out at 10, but Nerfy clocks him right between the eyes with those 3 Helix rockets. And this has been all AMCAT. Eagles able to win 1 team fight in the entirety of this defense, and they are in dire straits right now.
I mean, they're looking at a Gravitic Flux coming up here. Big Shatter comes through and just lays everybody out.
Oh, a little deja vu from some LH Cloudy with the Shatter directly on that left spawn door. Gravitic Flux coming in, and, well, Astral Ban is taken down. But with Cam gone, Nerfy not in this fight either. There is a momentary... No, never mind. That moment is gone. Ghost has just snatched it away from you with a 3-kill Death Blossom. A counterpin will keep Astral Ban from getting a contest on the cart. And AMCAT finish King's Row with 3:21 left in the bank.
I mean... Eastern Eagles just never had a chance to set their feet, Jeff. I mean, you saw just the extreme aggression coming out from AMCAT. WM1 from Ted's Cousin was the only thought in their Reinhardt player's mind. Now, defensively, do you stick with the Reinhardt here? Do you want to answer the Sigma? Maybe have a little bit more utility in the kit? I don't think so. The support was there. The sustain was there. The frags were coming from Ghost and Nerfy. Nerfy showing us a couple of times very accurate with the Helix rockets. So if I'm Eastern Eagles right now, I think instead of the Bastion, I would go with the Junkrat. Or I would go with something, I wouldn't even try going into the air unless it's an Echo that has a little bit, faster mobility than, say, a Pharah. Because the hit scans have really shown their true colors here. AMCAT, they're going to show us their own Junkrat. So I don't know if they're listening to me or not, but I mean, this is a great defensive hero to pick out here. Trap's going to be able to perhaps catch a DPS or a support unawares. And if Self sticks with this Wrecking Ball, Jeff, the Trap could be a death magnet for them.
Ghost was up just waving in the doors, taunting the Eagles a little bit as they come out on their attack. Try to equalize the amazing time bank set up by AMCAT.
I think they have options here, though. I think they have options here, Jeff. I think that they can take care of the pressure coming in. I mean, Ghost is just going to get it up right in their face. They know that they've got the supports at their back. Now it's all about taking the mobility out of their hands.
Rotating down around statue. Ooh, Ted's Cousin's going in deep. And itself falls and they get trapped in between those two pillars. And now Ted's Cousin free to move into a very backed up Eagles. A statement of a first fight coming out of AMCAT.
I mean, 67 to shatter and 80 to tire in one fight. So, I mean, great work being done by the duo there of Ted's Cousin and Ghost. Now, Self swapping over to the Sigma, so a little bit more sustained, a little bit more utility in the kit. They're foregoing the mobility for that frontline pressure.
We're also going over to the Bastion. Ooh, nice accretion rock, goes down to 15, trying to back up. Ted's Cousin coming in, see if they can support. Airstrike will rip through Mira, and the Sigma is very low on health as well, so we'll eventually get battered down by that giant rocket hammer, and a pin right onto Chef Boyar Bree will be enough. Ted's Cousin now has that Earth Shatter online.
I mean, you're coming up on 4 ultimates here for AMCAT, and the closest here. Let's loose with the Shatter and just says hi and hello and bye-bye.
Going for the Solar Shatter on to 10. AMCAT really feeling it right now. Playing a bit of the mind games is they're just looking to batter down the Eagles both physically and mentally. Riptire Unleashed, and we'll find 2, including Astral Band, so denying a res. Kind of the equivalent of a 3K there for Ghost.
Ghost has been very proficient on all the DPS heroes that they have played so far today. Maybe a little bit of moxie, a little bit of hubris going in, especially coming out of Cam in the Moira department going down in that previous fight. Already back with the team, though. And another pin kill there on to the Mercies, so once again, res off the table.
A brutal turn of events, and Ted's Cousin showing no sign of slowing. They are the Reaper of Death, but it's not a scythe, it's a giant rocket hammer in their possession. It's the Shatters Unleashed into the spawn to get Chef Boyar Bree.
I mean, somebody should honestly clip that and send it to LH Cloudy, the Finnish tank player, because, yeah, that's just dirty and disgusting.
Ted's Cousin sneaking, hiding around the corner. Oh, been found out. Self is wise enough to check the corners. Ted's Cousin has got a pin out. Still 75 seconds left here. Eagles have a couple of tools to work with. They're running into a coalescence, and Ted's Cousin continues to just get right in their face, make them fight for every inch. The Granite Flux is massive. That's going to get a lot of people, but it's a 2-for-2 trade when it's all said and done. Nervy's Tact Visor once again used inside that Kitsune Rush to finish off this fight. There's a moment of opportunity here for the Eagles, though.
I mean,
Self, you can't go down. Self, you cannot die here. There went your moment of opportunity.
Yep, I mean, they sniffed that out. The comms, you could see the comms just working in unison there. The team definitely knew that was coming through. Now here's their opportunity. They have a chance to get in with Ted's Cousin down. This should be a goad point for them.
And Chef Boyar Bree got a little too anxious to move in on that, though. Astral Band really wants that res. Nerfy won't let you have it. Nerfy coming up on 2K, and that Ghost even gets a death from the grave. 13 seconds, and AMCAT have not given up a single point.
They really haven't, and this is exactly the pressure that we were talking about. I mean, they're looking, damage-boosted Bastion coming through. Lucio for a last-second conduction. Shatter out again! Oh, my word. This has gone from bad to worse for them.
the entire from spawn. Ghost is able to get 10 with it. Wrecking Ball trying to stall out on point for as long as possible, but this is a foregone conclusion. The overtime will evaporate, and the AMCAT will come up with their second map win in a row. Perfection. They have not allowed a single point on either Control nor on King's Row. Dominant performance thus far from AMCAT.
I mean, their identity is pure aggression, and they're working as a hive mind. That's the best I can say right now. They know who they are, and Ted's cousin has just let them have it, and is giving them everything. Here's the shatter into picks up Chef Boyardee. And, yeah, I mean, that is a 2-0, very comfortable here for AMCAT and Eastern Eagles as we head into the halftime break. Really need to come together as a 5-man unit and figure out what the heck they can do to stop this aggression.
Yep, they'll get a moment to discuss and then make a plan here for map 3. We are going to take that intermission. When we come back, we're headed to Escort. We'll see you there in a minute. AMCAT with a dominant performance out of the gate as the Anna Maria College have, well, it's been a very one-sided. Both with a 2-0 on Ilios and then a 3-0 on Kings Row.
Well, I mean, they definitely know what their identity is here. So, I mean, it's been one-way traffic. Let's not call a spade a spade. I mean, it's really been one-way traffic here, and I think that for them now, going to ban or Dorado and picking Havana, sight lines are going to be important. Ball can get a lot done here. So, I mean, really, you've looked at a highly mobile tank coming out of AMCAT, and you've seen a very stationary, brawly tank come out. So what else is in the wheelhouse here for Ted's cousin? We're about to find out. We'll see what kind of defense that Eastern Eagles are going to bring out here. They're going to bring out the Torbjorn with 10 on the, well, I say that. We've gone back to the the lobby there. Maybe it cracked and broke just for a second, but just based upon what we saw there, they're looking to take care of maybe of some flanks. They're going to try and build up to molten core very quickly, make the payload a null and delete zone, do not enter zone for as long as they can. See if they can get some kills on the back of it, kind of corral people around. So I see what they're trying to do with the Torbjorn here. Also turret. Auto aim, always a good thing. It's going to force resources out of the healing core of AMCAT. So this is a bit of a kind of hope a spaghetti moment where hopefully it'll stick and it'll actually provide some value for them. So Havana's going to be interesting. It's either going to go one way or the other. It's either going to be a stomp coming through for AMCAT, or the Eastern Eagles are going to come through with a brilliant strategy and really come through in big terms. So we'll actually see AMCAT on the defense here. They've gone ahead and swapped sides here in the interim. So offensively, we will see pretty much the same thing that we saw there before. Ghost is going to show us the symmetry here. So turrets are going to slow down Self if they don't recognize them quickly, and hyperspheres are notoriously hard for hitting the turrets unless you have good aim. I do not have such a that. Nerfy's going to stick on this soldier. Really has been proficient on the soldier 76, and you see Ted Cousin once again out here on the Reinhardt. So they're going to play sneaky hide and seek over here on the right side.
Yep, this is indicative of a spawn hold coming out from AMCAT. The Eastern Eagles, they bet on Kings Row for map 2 that AMCAT would not have a strong brawl, and they were sorely mistaken. So now they've gone to a long-range map in hopes they can beat them in the poke. But guess what? AMCAT's just going to come right your spawn door, and they're just going to play brawl. They're going to play up close and personal, no matter the map.
Well, I mean, they got full value out of this first little engagement, and Self has swapped over to my favorite tank in the whole wide world. That's the Orisa. Definitely not going to be able to pin in on that with Fortify, Spin, and the Spear Throw. So we'll see how they're able to break this spawn hold. I think they need to get somebody in the sky, though, to be quite honest.
Yeah, as far as a classic break of the spawn hold here on Havana, we saw that a lot in Overwatch 1, because you can get on top of the roof of the spawn and really circumvent a lot of the damage coming in. You've got a lot of cover from things like Nerfy's Soldier. So that has some options. Right now, Eastern Eagles are just sticking with the composition they're feeling strong with at the moment. So using that Fortify early, trying to get out of the alley, but Eastern Eagles are taking so much damage. There's just a lot of weapons pointed directly down this alley, and Eastern Eagles have their work cut out for them trying to escape it.
I mean, this is brutal. This is brutal. If you are under the age of, let's say, 14, please turn away from the screen right now, as this is absolutely nasty. A Wistic comes out. That is a great option to get out, but Shatter takes down 3, and Nerfy does get paid for their Moxie there, but there's still a couple of players here ready to go and kill you on the way out.
Yeah, the moment Self jumps out, down comes the hammer. Now we've got the photon barrier. Trying to hunt down 10, and we'll get them before they get into that safety zone. Ted's Cousin able to get their tank counterpart as well. And so far, a flawless defensive hold. No casualties from AMCAT.
I mean, Ghost got a 3K there with the microwave beam. Sim does indeed go burr, and Self is just under duress. The instant that he comes out of spawn, going to try and dive out and see if they can get some work done with the Mercy Pocket.
Yeah, just trying to create a little bit of space and kind of force the AMCAT's rotation. Now AMCAT's just going to move in and respond immediately with a Coalescence and find 2 kills very quickly on the back of it. Now Cam, well, thought about moving in, but using a little bit of patience here, and they're just going to back up to their strong position where they can pour more damage down this alley. We're getting a swap. Self going over the Ramatra, immediately trying to come out the door with the Nemesis form, but they're just running 1v5. There's a lot of pressure coming through. Chef Boy Bree finds the first pick here for Eastern Eagles, and it could be the start of breaking this spawn hold. Nerfy down and continuing rush in response. They don't have the Tech Visor coupled with it, as we've seen so many times here in the previous 2 maps, but there's a lot of damage, and I mean, Ted's cousin swinging with twice the speed with that giant hammer, able to find 3 before it's all said and done.
I mean, this is almost looking like a mismatch at certain points. I mean,
oh no,
Ted's cousin is absolutely brutal with these fire strikes going through. Almost has another shatter online. Jeff, the attack visor, sub 60 seconds here. This is going from bad to worse for them.
Yes, that is the molten coming out, and now Chef Boy Arbry is making a swap over to the Bastion. Annihilation out from Selv, and they're going to run towards the cart, but there's just not enough reinforcements there with them. And the Eagles, you can see they're feeling desperate as they're trying to just come out from all angles, but nobody really moving out together. And it's going to take a concise effort to break through this incredible hold.
I mean, Annihilation already gained and taken care of. Shatter comes through. No turret form for you, Bastion.
Well, kills on the back of the Shatter, so able to hold Ted's cousin off. Nerfy's in the back with attack visor at the moment. That shield comes back online for Cell at just the right time. Yes, a close look at Kitsune rush. Clock is at 3 seconds, and Self has to push out. No choice now, at least to start the overtime. Trying to block for as long as possible with the Kitsune rush up. It is a lot of damage. A couple kills coming through, but it's looking to be too little too late here for Eastern Eagles as the last casualty falls, and the overtime goes with it.
I mean, Symmetra combined with the sustain of a Moira and a Kiriko, and Nerfy being able to put down the spot healing with a biotic field as well. I mean, there is so much just health and restoring going on for AMCAT. I think that's the big reason why Eastern Eagles just can't break any kind of hold that they're bringing out here. They're only going to have, I mean, there was 0 meters gained there.
0.
Jeff, 0. So, I mean, all they got to do is
I've
get on the payload.
I've never seen
that
0 meter hold on Havana. I've seen like less than 5, where it moves a couple of meters. I have never seen a straight 0 meter hold. Impressive stuff coming out of AMCAT's defense.
I mean, all it's going to take really is Ghost to bring out. No. Oh, Lord. Okay, so they're going faster, because now you've got the Lucio. So you can speed boost out Sombra automatically faster when you're invisibility. Get a hack onto either, I would say either Selv or Chef Boy Arbry. That'll be an instant kill based upon the results so far in this series. Once your tank's gone, it should be less than 30 seconds, and they're going to go ahead and claim this map.
Yeah, and if the Bastion's in Sentry form, that cooldown has been spent. So even though the hack fades after 2 seconds, Chef Boy Arbry would have to wait for that cooldown to come back online before they can return to Sentry form, and that's going to be the crux of this whole defense. And Eastern Eagles are forced to move up close. They don't have any options, and there it is.
I mean,
they went from very few options to none really fast, and I think what has got to be the fastest Havana I have ever seen.
I mean, that was what, 4 minutes and 10 seconds total. Yeah, that was impressive coming out from AMCAT, and now you can see why they're 2-0 on the season. I mean, the question remains, how good are they really? I mean, this was just a phenomenal bit of work done from them, and Eastern Eagles, take this opportunity to go back and look at the VODs and see what you can replicate from what AMCAT did, and also figure out your positioning, figure out how to move as a cohesive unit. And I think that your results will go up from here. But man, AMCAT looked good here in the Navigators Northeast Division.
Yeah, I mean, very dominant performance from AMCAT, no doubt, and just a lot of aggression. I mean, being aggressive will get you a long way in Overwatch. As far as the Eagles, I think I would suggest just making sure they don't panic when you're in these kind of situations. Come together, take a breath, take a moment, and figure out a solid game plan. It's better to take 5 seconds and let everybody regroup and talk about what you want to do than to continue to peter out or run out of different doors. When you're facing a team as aggressive as Anna Maria College, everybody's got to be on the same page. I mean, hats off to AMCAT. They looked like the team to beat so far here in the Navigators Midwest Division. Northeast Division, excuse me.
Northeast. Yep. So I mean, for AMCAT, I think that really stay the course. And if they play like this every single week, I mean, they should be hoisting some hardware at the end of this season, Jeff.
Well, that is going to do it for our first match of the day, but we have more Overwatch coming at you. Have no fear, friends. We are going to take a bit of an intermission, but when we return, it's going to be UAH Charger Blue, that's the University of Alabama at Huntsville, taking on the MCC Mustangs, MCC Montgomery County Community College Mustangs. We'll have that champions matchup here in a bit when we return. Meanwhile, there is other Overwatch action going on the other channel, so be sure to go check out twitch.tv/NECC for other collegiate Overwatch action. We'll see you back here in a little bit. Y'all be good. All right, and we are back here for our second match of the day. Jeff and Billy returning to take you to the Champions Division, where we've got the University of Alabama Huntsville, the Chargers, taking on Montgomery County Community College.
MC3. MC3. That's what I'm going.
Montco.
Yeah.
Montco is actually a designation that they like. So we can go with Montco.
Montco versus University of Alabama Huntsville down south.
Or the Mustangs, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mustangs. Yeah.
I mean, we can go Montco and Mustangs. I mean, both teams having a bit of a look here. Coming in 0-1. Now, UCal Black, University of Cincinnati, took out University of Alabama Huntsville last week. And then Cumberland Phoenix taking down MCCC Montco in the previous week. So we need to see what these two teams are going to do to get themselves back onto their winning ways. We are in the second top division here in the NECC. So definitely going to be seeing some different play as we saw. I was still talking about. I was actually talking about it with my husband. A 0.00 meter hold on Havana. We have never seen anything like that. We've been casting for Overwatch for over 4 years now, and I've never seen anything like that in my life. So I'm hoping that we got some more competitive Overwatch coming up here in this division. So, I mean, this is time for them to really step up here and get themselves in the winning ways, Jeff.
As we're looking at the Charger roster right now, and I see an animation major. That grabs my heart. I was an animation major. So there you go. And some computer science, a little biology. This looks like a pretty cerebral squad from what we're seeing here. Let's go ahead and take a look at their opponents, the Montco Mustangs. A bit of a young squad in this one, Billy.
Yeah, and I mean, more along the side of business here. So we're going artistic versus or technical versus business here. A little bit of a business technical going down there in computer science for retro. But yeah, I mean, we're going to be looking at, I always give, these collegiate teams, when you have senior leadership going on, generally that does translate into a lot more success. And we definitely saw that happen in our last series. So will the senior leadership coming out from the Mustangs of UAH be able to take on the youngsters coming out of Montco? We'll see. We will see what they got coming out the gate. Now, our first map coming out here in this series is going to be Lijiang Tower. And I mean, it's a tale of three maps. Honestly, we'll see. Where we start out. What is going to be our starting map? Get themselves off on the right foot. We have seen Wrecking Ball really heavily played here today, at least back down in the Navigators division. So Wrecking Ball having some good changes, bringing the hamster back into the meta. Boo. Personally, I don't like ball, but I mean, it's interesting, and when people can actually play it well, it's very entertaining to watch. If we do see that come out, obviously we're looking at displacement, we're looking at pile drivers, stuff like that. Control center, we're going to see a Brawly, and then Garden. I mean, Garden for me, you can go one of two ways. You can go Brawl and just maintain point, or you can go more mobile and meet the enemy before they can ever get to the point and just kind of repel them as they come in, Jeff. So, like I said, tale of three maps, and we'll take a look and see what map that's going to be as we go in.
Yep, Lijiang Tower, an old staple here in Overwatch, probably the most commonly played control map that we see in competitive. Not like ranked competitive, but like officials competitive play. Such as that we're seeing here in Collegiate. And we are going to start off on Night Market, which is back to nighttime, so, it fits the name once again.
I do like it. I like it better at night. You don't have that glare coming in off of the bay. And, I mean, some of the lighting here in Overwatch 2 has really confounded some people. We were talking about it, Circuit Royale during daytime. If your grapple is a Widow, I mean, you're going into the sun, basically, and it's a faux blinding, but it still looks like it blinds you. Teams looking completely different here, other than both running an Ana. I mean, we're looking at the Battle Cattle versus the Ball, so mobility for the Mustangs and the Chargers are looking for a little bit more point presence. So we'll see who wins out here in our first engagement.
Be watching Retro to see how they're able to close the gap. Teleporter strat coming out from Chargers as they go through the window and just get themselves planted on the point. They're going to use that Symmetra. Hanzo Main has those turrets set up on the right side. Mustangs are just going to circumvent around back. Early hack leads to an early death. Puggy Boy, in fact, that was 3 deaths pretty simultaneously across the board. And the Mustangs with a commanding first fight.
I mean, Finley with some beautiful manual hacks coming through. Lots of damage there on the Stoic, but lots of healing. Ult charge going over towards the Mustang. So brilliant first point there. Speed and mobility are more useful than trying to play the point. So, I mean, Hanzo made 81% towards their photon barrier already. Looks like they're going to be trying to get on the point. They do, and they've now got a Brigida as well. Big anti came in from Fluffy.
Sleep onto Stoic. Stoic taking a lot of damage. I just roll out of there. Retro forced to use Wraith form early as well. Finlay not able to escape, and that new Brig swap coming in quite handy. 2 kills, but that is a lot of purple really on both sides. Stoic with mines ready, working in the back. Pile drives right off the side, courtesy of a beautiful whip shot coming out of Awkward Pride.
I mean, what a photon barrier. I mean, 80% in the first fight is pretty damn good damage coming out of Symmetra. Once you get that beam going up and you got the turrets doing their consistent damage. Big problem right now, hack and the anti on top. Puggy Boy goes down, though. Puggy Boy takes him out.
One does not simply kill Puggy Boy.
I mean, look at how they're going to set up now. They're going to have to wait for the Sombra to come back in. You're 14% off of Terra Surge here for Vespid. I mean, pulling them into a Deadeye, that could be a lethal combo indeed.
I love seeing the combos with the Terra Surge and how our teams try to creatively utilize that pool. Finlay got the better end of the Ana this time. In fact, gets both supports taken down. And a little help from the Wrecking Ball in that endeavor. Trump trying to keep everybody at bay here with the Deadeye, trying to devalue that Kitsune rush as much as possible. But now Stoke's going to come in, looking for the back, and we'll find Shrub indeed. Good combination alongside Retro. I was curious how they were going to work together, and Retro is staying right in step with both the Sombra and the Wrecking Ball.
I love it. I love it, and that's coordination that you need to have here, especially as we, reach the higher echelons of our competitors here. Still, Terra Surge plus Nano is frightening indeed. Put a rally on top of that, it should be a pretty winnable fight.
We'll be walking into an EMP as well as some mines. Mines coming out here. Yep, there they go. Right in front of the entrance. Always a beautiful spot. Investment cannot find safety. 2 down already here for the Chargers. And they're just going to have to back out and reset.
One ultimate to win that fight is pretty darn good economy. However, in the interim, Hanzo Main almost has another photon barrier up. Shrub is not getting the work done with the Peacekeeper, though. I think right now a little bit of a change, maybe a Hanzo to get a little bit of vision, see where Finley's coming in, because this EMP is going to be absolutely catastrophic for them.
Chargers looking to just drive it up Main Street. Finlay waiting for it, unleashes the EMP, and Death Blossom comboed with it beautifully. A 1-2 punch. That's going to send the Mustangs right on up to 90-some-odd%. A late nano boost invested in, and it's going to fall by the wayside. Chargers use multiple ults and get nothing for their trouble.
Shrub should be able to get a touch there. Vespid swapping over to the ball. You do have the rally, and you're going to have Photon Barrier, so they could flip this theoretically if they can get enough kills.
They get the teleporter off, so Charger are able to move in force onto this objective, but Hanzo Main does fall. Shrub on the outside, and with assistance, they're going to find the kill onto Retro. So 4v4, both teams missing a DPS on this point. Finlay working along the outside, meanwhile Stokes been antied. He had to drop that adaptive shield and still below half health. Buffett gets smashed upon, misses the sleep, rolling back out to try to heal Stoic, but Hanzo Main just too powerful. There with the microwave beam, and the flip comes through.
Mines versus Pulse Bomb here, Jeff, and this is going to be a very interesting fight, especially if you can get a manual hack as the Tracer tries to lay it through, but does not. Big stick.
Huge stick. Vespid was so low, and Shrub just came in with a double kill to bail them out. What an incredible delivery. Amazon, eat your heart out. Now, Finlay onto the point will initiate the OT. There's a Kitsune rush to back it up. Mine's thrown in, but Gilbert is the one who falls. Puggy Boy does get knocked off the side, but Stoic just has nothing left to work with in the bank. Retro and Finlay both very low and good focus fire coming out of Chargers will pull them back. They were down on this sub map, and a beautiful teleport and good last minute heroics, and they hang on to take our first sub map at night.
Well,
I almost said Gardens, and I knew that wasn't right.
I mean, Vespid going over to the ball, getting more mobility. Shrub on the tracer, that double stick with the pulse bomb, that was just absolutely chef's kiss, and was able to recall back out of it. Pivotal part of that point. So now we do head to Gardens. So you were kind of foreshadowing where we were going, Jeff. That's all right.
Yes,
that's all right.
That's totally what it was. Yes, that's totally what it was.
So mobility plus a little extra sustain. Looking at Awkward Pride here on the Brigitte, has been getting the work done, has really waylaid not only Retro but Stoya. We've seen the whip shots, we've seen the shield bashes really maintain the hamster. So we'll see if it continues on.
Oh, Stoic gets 2! That's the second time we've seen Stoic come through with some environmental kills with the Hammond, and that bridge is just so dangerous when you're trying to cross against a good wrecking ball.
Well, I mean, easy clean up there on the back of that. I mean, once you take down 2, especially with the Brigitte and the CC gone, you're just basically a flash in the pan there, and easy pickings there. Point goes to the Mustangs. Now, Chargers swapping up just a little bit here, bringing Shrub out on the Cassidy. So you're going to be looking for sticky grenades going out. You're going to be trying to pressure down this Sombra. But I mean, Stoic right now leading the server so far in ult charge.
Vespid just in way ahead of their team, gets hacked, doesn't get deleted. They tried to teleport on, the rest of the Chargers did, but it got worked by Stoic. Stoic just rolled through it, and it kept everybody at bay, which forced Vespid into a really bad spot. And now Mustangs are chasing some kills. Hanzo made in a bit of trouble here on the side room and gets focused down.
I'm not sure what Vespid is trying to accomplish here by, diving in and basically inting into the back line of the Mustangs, because there's a Sombra there, and Sombra also looking for Hanzo. They know that that's the primary source of pain right now. They need to take him down in a hurry.
A little extra ult charge there for Finlay. Got him up to 95. Rest of the team, or rest of Chargers, will teleport onto the objective, but there's mines waiting for him. Vespid very low, and an EMP is just going to seal the fate of the Chargers on this one.
Well, I mean, we've seen Vespid go over to the Reinhardt. That EMP, no shield available. Easy pickings there, and now, that's off the table. But 70% and counting, we're rapidly approaching, final fight territory. We've got the Deadeye, but Hanzo has gotten 0 done here on this map, Jeff. So, I mean, we're probably looking to see, what can Symmetra do right now to get themselves up to the Photon Barrier and at least get some point presence.
All right, they're going to go, oh no! The boop immediately as the teleport comes out. Chargers trying to do something a little bit different, but they put themselves in such a vulnerable spot. Nobody even gets a chance to touch the point. Mustangs were all over that read.
I mean, we're not going to be able to touch the point. We're at 97, 98. Yeah, we're done. Shrub does get a little kill on the Finlay, but yeah, I mean, it's going to take us to Control Center now, Jeff. And right now, looking at Finlay, they haven't really done anything to spy check for Sombra. They've gotten some kills on the Sombra, either by luck or by, just flailing through. The big problem is right now is that they don't have any kind of vision, any kind of spy check set up to take care of a Sombra. And when you see the manual hacks come through, the Mustangs absolutely pounce on that manual hack target. So, a little bit of a change here. Shrub going over to the Junkrat. Finley's going to have to be very careful as they path and try to get these manual hacks off, because Junkrat takes you immediately out of invisibility. And it should be an easy kill right off the bat.
The Chargers pinch it to use the Reinhardt. Can't help but feel that they might have an advantage here. And then Hanzo on the Torbjorn will help with the spy checking that you're talking about. Finlay can still hack if they stay invisible. The turret will not detect them if they stay invisible through the manual hack. But nevertheless, the turret's good for just checking those flanks. You can see Finlay trying to work off the top, but the rest of the Chargers are going to push forward. It's a trade of supports with the Mustangs coming out better into that deal. But Fluffy is able to pick up yet another one before going down. And this is barely a Mustang edge. With Vespid fallen, they will go ahead and grab first control.
That's great first control. It's great pursuit there. Great peel there also for Stoic onto Fluffy. Yeah, Fluffy goes down, but Stoic gets to clean up on the back of it. So now all that ult charge gone over to the Mustangs. Looking at Shrub versus Retro. Shrub's getting the better of the Junkrat battle, but it's all about getting on the point now. And they still don't have that spy check for Finley just wandering in their back line.
Back goes through onto the brig. Well, Stoic is going to kill Shrub in the back line. Nice combo. Good teamwork coming out of the Mustangs. They are going to back up for a moment, kind of let those cooldowns regroup before they go in for another attack. Fluffy trying to work along the outside of Coast. Has a hacked Mega there they can fall back to if needed. Might give him the edge. The beautiful sleep on the Puggy Boy. Oh, no. There was no getting out of that. Fluffy doing a great job of just fending for themselves. No peel necessary. Mustangs and Chargers packing.
That's payback from Night Market, Jeff. Puggy Boy didn't go down to Retro as their opposite. And this time we see Fluffy take care of themselves. Nano and Mines online.
Chargers just muscle through the hack, run right onto the objective. Hanzo main swapping over to a Tracer. Mines are out. Aqua Pride falls as alongside Hanzo main. And Chargers run into the middle of the point, but they find themselves surrounded. Team kill once again.
I mean, this is just a positional difference right now. Mustangs know the routes that Chargers are trying to transverse onto the point. And I mean, they only had to use the mines there. So I mean, they've got EMP and Nano into this next fight. Hanzo main over to a Tracer. So, you know, once again, it's going to be about how do you navigate this Finley Sombra.
They're looking for a good hack target. Chargers are going to split up. Vespid gets slept. Not exactly sure where. Didn't see that on the screen. Oh, but Puggy Boy's in trouble as the EMP comes out on the point. Mustangs are taking this two-prong attack and picking the Chargers apart on both ends. Finley with 3, looking for a 4th onto the brig. Trying to batter him in the head with the rifle butt of the gun. It's Fluffy that actually gets the final blow. A little bit of celebration here at the end for the Sombra. Well-deserved. Mustangs take a 100-0 on Control Center to cap out Lijiang Tower.
I mean, this is a pretty good indication of what our series is going to be like. For Chargers right now, you might want to be thinking about doing a little bit of spy checking. They never got the turret set up. They weren't looking backwards. And Finley was just getting uncontested hacks left and right. So, I mean, the work was getting done there by them. Fluffy with a massive 3K there to really finish out what we saw there on Gardens. But, man, I mean, we saw Night Market go to 100 to 99. Gardens was a little bit competitive, but then it kind of turns into a snowball, and then 100 to 0 in Control Center. So they really found their rhythm, and I think that Fluffy and Finley are two of the keys that we need to be looking in on. If they're going to stay on this Sombra and Ana duo, the nades have been absolutely huge coming out from Fluffy, and then Finley. Manual hacking and closing the kill out every time that you see that hack target go in. There's communication to the rest of the team. Pounce this target. They see it done. Easy 5v4 fights going their way.
Coordination has been outstanding. What a way for the Mustangs to come in and grab their first map win here in the spring semester in NECC. It looks like it'll be tough to beat. We'll see exactly where the Chargers want to go. Mustangs will get a chance to ban out one of our hybrid maps, but then UAH get to choose where they want to take us.
Yeah, and then it'll be, you know, up to MCCC, Montco being able to decide whether they're going to attack or defend. So I think that's, you know, also going to play into this. So I think for the ban coming out of UAH, you want to stay someplace away from where we're going to see, you know, the ball be able to really run around. So they banned Eichenwalde, and now we're waiting for the map pick to come in from Montco. And I think for Montco, they have decided that they're going to swap sides. So we will see. We'll see Montco come out defensively, and well, no, yeah, Montco will be on the defense, and I'm just waiting for the map now. But you know, still, the Sombra is going to be a problem unless you're spy checking, unless you've got some kind of vision out there. That's going to be a massive problem for them. So that's something that UAH right now need to be aware of. And you haven't seen Sombra that much. And with the prevalence of ball right now, Jeff, I think that the Sombras are going to get a lot more play. I I would have been answering the Sombra. I would have been mirroring it and going in on Stoic just like you saw, or going in, on a vulnerable, straggling member of Montco coming in and getting the assassinations there. So if it's not in the wheelhouse, I understand that. I get that, but we'll see what the map pick is actually going to be here.
I think moving fast is the way to go. I mean, you have to either go full send and just pounce on the front line, or even on the back line. So if you're running into the Wrecking Ball on the Sombra, just try to run right past it and see if you can get on the back line. Otherwise, you have to play very slow and pick out the Sombra and pick out the Wrecking Ball and get them separated from the rest of the pack to try to isolate them, or at least force them to use cooldowns, and then try to move in. But either way, it needs to be dealt with. You can't let Finlay run wild with that Sombra.
I mean, we saw them try to run a monkey at one point, but I don't think that their method was the right way. They were trying to play a frontline Winston instead of going to the back line and trying to displace Fluffy. That was a big problem. And you saw that massive sleep that came cross map. Fluffy was not taking any of that sass coming out from the members of from UAH. So we're going to go to King's Row. And we know that ball can work here. Not traditionally.
Chargers?
Very interesting choice. So I tell you what, as we get ready to head in to jolly old England, it's going to become, are they going to run the Sombra again? Because Sombra can get a lot of work done here. Lots of great hiding places for your translocator. And we do have we've got a substitution coming in. Theater is coming in for Retro for Montco in the DPS slot.
Indeed, we'll see perhaps a change of strategy going into King's Row, knowing that they're going to be in a little bit more close quarters. So the Wrecking Ball has less avenues to work with. The Sombra has less places to hide. So I mean, we could just see Montco go straight to the brawl, in response to this Charger map pick. And one of the reasons we're seeing this substitution, only time will tell. It could be simply as simple as just giving more players on the roster some experience.
Yeah. And it's actually the Tar, not Theater or whatever it is. I'm looking at their lineup right now. So, yeah, definitely it's a DPS for DPS swap. Taking a look at what they've got going on for them. They are a game design major. They are a freshman as well coming in. So we'll see. We'll see what they get done here as they come in. Freshman for freshman swap. Computer science for game design. So Kings Row. Definitely going to be a little bit of a proving point here for UAH. The Chargers really need to turn it around here.
Yeah, in fact, everybody on the Mustangs roster are either freshmen or sophomores because it's community college. So it's their only work in the first 2 years of schooling. Yep. So it ends up with a younger squad across the board, but majority being freshmen. It's 7 freshmen listed on this roster. So it's interesting to see the young guns coming in and I mean, very coordinated and very on the same page. Everybody's firing all cylinders. Everybody is working very well together. You can see the communication in action here with the squad. Yep.
I mean, I really like the Stoic and Finley little synergy going on as well, because you'll see the pile driver come in on a hack target. They have nowhere to go. And so we'll see. Time will tell as we head in now to jolly old England. We'll be able to see what we got coming out for these two squads. We can only theory craft so much. We just need to see what these teams are going to bring out.
Indeed. We're about ready to get into this map. It's kind of the series of the old favorites here so far. I went from Lijiang Tower, which is probably your most played control map, as I mentioned. King's Row, most certainly your most played hybrid map when it comes to official competitive play.
Well, I mean, I guess that would bring up Escort next. And I tell you what, I have my pins about me that we'd probably see Havana again if we continue down this road. But Mustangs, Montco.
The Escort map is a little more, what's the right word? It's like a little bit more aloof. Like, we don't have like a one set Escort map that you always see.
Rialto seems to be picked a lot.
Yeah, Route 66 as well.
Yeah. I just don't see either of these teams doing that. Now, looking at Mustangs, I mean, they've, basically brought out the same exact composition. So, the Tar, is going to play the Reaper here, and Finley still in on that Sombra. So I think for Chargers, they need to have a Sombra. They need to have a either an answering Sombra, or they need to have some vision.
We're using a May rush comp. Chargers just gonna go right in through Hotel. Finley went through the outside, but there it is. The Chargers run in fast, and they move in on the back line. Find Gilbert early. Finley, though, still able to pick one off from the back. 2 kills going in the Chargers' favor, and with that much closer spawn, there is an opportunity for them to move in and take advantage of having some extra players.
Well, they're kind of backing up, though. They're giving Finley and the Tar a ton of respect here. But they're just waiting for those respawns to come through. The Stoic already back on the point, Jeff.
Yeah, Chargers trying to move in quick, but yeah, the Wrecking Ball gets back in this fight super fast, and then Kiriko just swift steps in. So it is a 5v5 here on this objective. Mortality Field already used. Chargers do have some good point presence, and it forces Mustangs to find a way to break through this and get close. We saw the outline of Finlay just scoop past Hanzo Main into the back, and there it is. There's the hack and the headshot follow-up. Shadow comes through, but only picks up one. They're not able to get Finlay. Finlay's able to translocate out after standing back up, despite the increased duration of the stun from the Earth Shatter. And the Chargers' attack starting to peter out here. Shrub will fall late.
I mean, that was a very prolonged engagement there. I thought Vespa was actually going to get there because I thought Stoica ran through too quick, but they actually hit the brakes and scurry on back through. Now, Blizzard is available into this fight. Also, the Amp Matrix. Those are 2 massive ultimates that I think should win them this engagement. However, Mines and the Nano online ready to go.
Nano onto the Reaper. Oh, it's going to be onto the Wrecking Ball. Stoic goes into the back. And Chargers are trying to back out. They managed to get the kill on a Fluffy as well, but Finlay's going to respond, and both teams are now absent one support. The Tar able to find Hanzo Man with a couple of shots, and now turns their attention on to Shrub and puts a lot of damage down to take both DPS out of this fight.
1:50 left on the clock. Almost a 5-pack of ultimates here for Chargers. They need to get something big, but I mean, an EMP Death Blossom combo should send everybody back to spawn.
Stoic trying to get the Baptiste. Awkward Pride's able to get her Immortality Field down, but the EMP finally does come out, comboed with a slew of ultimates. Mustang's throwing a lot at that one to get that team kill.
I mean, we're, what, 2/3 of the way towards Mines once again. That's going to cordon off the point. Kitsune Rush is going to build everybody up to sweet. So, I mean, they really, really need to take care of Shrub. That should be their priority pick going into this next fight.
All right, Chargers going to go back through Hotel. They had some success with this on their initial attack. Speeding through and trying to get onto the Tar, but the Tar's going to go in and look for the supports. Takes some damage, finds some heals, all this stuff on the way out. Vespin very low, but there's 5 ults ready to go here for the Chargers. They're going to use the overclock first. Continue rush from the back for Gilbert. Hanzo Main trying to finish him off, will eventually do so. Blizzard thrown on point will eliminate some of the mines, and trades back and forth thus far. Shrub finally finishing off Stoic, and it opens up a lot of space. Now the Chargers can focus their attention on anybody else who dares step on this point.
I mean, that was like sub 30 seconds there. So, I mean, it cost them only 2 ultimates in that fight. So, you know, despite having almost having that 5-pack when they went into the fight, they only used 2. Both their DPS ultimates going through. Now, Nano is closest here for the Mustangs, so you want to be looking for these manual hack targets and, you know, these antis coming through once again for Fluffy.
The shield from Vespin blocks the manual hack target, and Stoic kind of missed the roll out there trying to escape. Ends up just going back the opposite way, but meanwhile on the front line, Shrub's able to get some work done. So Chargers move through what could be a very difficult choke to break.
Well, I mean, the wall right now should be the way to go. What a hack coming through once again.
Stoic is forced out of this fight. Chargers by themselves into the corner. Oh, Shrub gets slept up on the high ground. Nice Immortality fail. Comes out of Awkward Pride just at the right moment. And the Chargers are doing a good job of protecting each other. But a slam and some shots is going to take Hanzo Main down. Stoic still has some shields to work with. Is just patiently waiting. Kind of set up a kill box here in front of the house.
I mean, pile driver into EMP should be everything that they need to get out of this fight. I mean, Finley took a headshot from an icicle there and shrub, but the immortality field already out, Jeff. This is a very dire situation for the Mustangs.
Chargers move through bookstore. They're going to loop around to the left side. There comes the Ant Matrix, and MP just shuts it down. Still 2 kills come through. Make it 3 for the defense. The mines used on top of the cart, and the very clumped up Chargers just fall prey.
Oh man, a little bit of a stagger situation going here on to poor Vespid. Will they get to the, no, it's hacked. So no health pack there available to the Reinhardt. Now the shield's going down, Sleep comes through, and the anti.
Yeah, Vespid was counting on that Mega to be there. Only to be very dismayed. You get in there and see that purple skull.
Well, don't dismay, because May has Blizzard right now.
Finley just leapt right into it. Okay, he's going to translocate out. Buys a little bit of space around this corner, but doesn't get anybody frozen. Chargers really were hoping to at least get 1 kill with that. Mustangs not sitting on the objective, just scattered around to kind of pepper this street from all sides. The Tar's going to teleport onto the point, looking for a place to use this Death Blossom wall up initially. Death Blossom used to clean up whatever Finley and Stoic left behind.
I mean, that's a great teleport just into the back line. You saw Vespid walking forward. The Tar just says, you know what? I got a teleport. I'm just going to go on top of the payload, get a couple shots off my Hellfire, make sure my health is good and solid. 7 seconds left. You have the overclock here, but Nano should be able to clean this fight up.
All right, on to the point. Fluffy was way far forward. Okay, Fluffy has made it back into this upper area. Nanoboast used onto Finlay, and they're going to find Awkward Pride with it. But Hanzo made found 2 previously with the overclock, but Finlay just so accurate with his Sombra. Just on point and making life miserable for the Chargers. They will not get any further than point B.
I mean, just past the bookstore, they just got corralled. I mean, Stoic in with the pile drivers. The combo that comes in behind it with either a manual hack or the EMP or a Death Blossom. It doesn't matter. They have all the angles and avenues covered. I mean, this was built for a wrecking ball here that knows their tech, is able to get the work done, get in and out, and get the displacement done and not go down in the interim. So, Chargers blue right now. I'm setting up a Torbjorn, and I'm putting that turret somewhere that isn't easily accessible. It's got good sight lines onto the point, and you know you're kind of have to kind of safeguard it, Jeff. The other thing is, I think that they need to have, well, yeah, they need vision, and they're going to bring vision. They're also going to bring a Ramatra and a Bastion to the fight. So, you know, they're going to hope to burn down probably Stoic as they go through, make them pull out those adaptive shields early. We saw quite a number of times there, Jeff, that they've got over 700 with the extra shielding coming through from the adaptive. So definitely using their teammates to best advantage with that. Different little look here in the support line as well, Jeff. We're looking at a Mercy and a Kiriko. So we'll see how this works out. Save the Sonic Arrow until they come out the gate and then see what you got, because right now they're showing a Widow, probably looking for an initial pick.
Ooh, Widow took a lot of damage early. They're just going to drop down. Let's see, what are you going over to? Back over to the song. All right. Mustangs did a really good job of kind of dictating the fights, even on the defense, which is far more difficult. Now on the offense, ooh, a bit of a missed rollout there from Stoic. Kind of clipped the wall. Does get a lot of shielding. Is it enough to escape the Bastion? Has to fall around the corner hotel, wait for some healing, and then dodge behind statue. Stoic is able to survive.
I love this positioning coming out of Fluffy up here on the high ground. Has great lines of sight to everybody. Is able to make sure that their members are topped up good and healthy. Right now, you know, Volt Charge definitely in favor of Charger Blue. So I think, you know, defensively they're looking good. But here's the high ground look. You're going to go in on top of this Bastion once you go into the turret form.
Oh, it dropped on the Mercy, as a matter of fact. A lot of damage there. Stoic there to help out. Stoic falls. And the Tar gives their life to take out the Bastion. But with trades favoring Mustangs and respawn point closer, it's going to take a big effort for Vespid here to bring this back. That was a long-range sleep. That actually landed. Vespid just has to put their arms up and slowly cower away.
Right? I mean, that was an insane angle. I mean, it's almost like what was that movie? where they curve the bullets. I can't remember. But it was one of those shots. Looked like it had a little bit of spin to it, but yeah, coming back in now. Looking at the antis again, I mean, just Fluffy is turning this match inside out.
Been an outstanding display from really both supports from the Mustangs. Not to mention Stoic and Finley. They are so difficult to beat when they are this coordinated.
I mean, we've been looking for, work coming in from the Ramatra. Almost has the Annihilation up. Every time that you've seen the slow come out, we've seen the Suzu from Dilbert. Really has facilitated them to be able to kite away from that slowing effect and get themselves back into a winning position.
Mine's going way behind the objective. Finlay does fall. Shrub is able to land a headshot out of the air. But the Tar comes in, pummels down the Mercy, now nanoed up with a Kitsune Rush. This is one vicious Reaper you do not want to meet in a back alley. Investment just found that out the hard way. This is going to be a broken recontest, if at all.
I mean, you're looking at Blossom and EMP, so I mean, you wait for the team to coalesce around the point and then let them have it. Dragon Strike's going to come from spawn, but no avail. So that is a quick 2-0 lead here to Montco Mustangs. They are looking darn near impenetrable right now, and Finley has been getting it done left and right. Stoic coming out with the play of the game, but I mean, it's on the back of Fluffy. Fluffy and Dilbert have really stepped up. They are a lethal and very competent support duo that's just letting Finley and Stoic and now the Tar just do what they want.
A commanding lead here and a dominant showing coming out of the Mustangs to start us off. Now on match point as we head into our halftime break. We're going to take 5. When we come back, we're headed to Escort. We'll see you back here in a few. Dominant performance coming out of the Mustangs as they're able to take 2 maps in a row. It was competitive there on Lijiang Tower, a little bit back and forth. Kings Row, a big stop there on point B. Made it a short trip for the Mustangs through the streets of England to pick up their second map win.
How do you solve a problem like the Sombra? Right now, they just don't have an answer for it. And the combos that are going in, that's what's really doing them in. That and the fact that Fluffy is just landing massive anti-nades anytime they see a corridor for them to lob one in. They're going Kobe on it and getting all the maximum value out of it, and they're just cleaning up on the back of it. So I think for UAH right now, they just need to either get somebody on Fluffy and take them out of their comfort zone, or they need to take care of Finley on the Sombra. You know, once again, using the Sonic Arrow. I think that Hanzo was the right pick. You saw the 6th shot, even after being hacked. Still, you know, that's an incredible shot. Our observer was talking about that. Hippie was talking about the shot, how sick it was. But still, you know, they've got these issues to deal with. I think taking Fluffy out of their comfort zone probably should be their number one way to go right now, Jeff. I think that, you know, Fluffy has just really been uncontested for the majority of this series.
Yeah, and we do have our map choices and Mustangs banned out our newest escort map in Shambhala Monastery. Dorado was chosen by the Chargers to be the spot where they can start their reverse sweep, where they can claw their way back into this series.
Man, the ball is such a good tank here on Dorado, other than inside the plant. Man, I would be. It's a very daunting task for them now. Vespid showing us maybe a little something different here. I don't mind that in the least. Shrub, you know what? I don't hate that either. But Finley, everybody's expecting the Sombra right now. Nah, we're going to bring out the Cyber Ninja, and Tartar, or the Tar, is going to bring out the Torbjorn. So Shrub is going to have their work cut out for them if they do decide to stay with this Sombra. You're going to have auto aim there from the turret, putting out consistent damage as well. So you've got a lot to deal with here. Stoic will be running through, maybe looking for dash and dash resets coming out of Finley. Then Fluffy and Dilbert, once again, are coming through in the same support heroes that we've seen all series long. No reason to change for them.
Absolutely not. Gilbert, Fluffy have been spectacular. Hanzo main on the point, on a Bastion. I was so determined to call him Bastion main, but that is a different player out of EU. Hook off the top, and Stoic hacked as well. Put in some trouble, but not enough to really pause. Another nice hook from Vespid. They're becoming a demon on this point. So far, 2 for 2. The anti-nade lands, doesn't eventually fade off. Vespid, no need to use that taken through just yet. Okay, there has to pop it. Ooh, close one. The overclock will eventually take him down. The Tar had that extra firepower to rip through the Roadhog.
I mean, already almost has Molten Core on his line. I mean, hitting headshot after headshot with the primary fire. That's, a ton of work. I mean, absolutely outstripping almost everybody in this lobby. Gilbert, really close on the back of that, but I think that Molten Core is going to be the first one to come out.
So dropping in. Oh, no, gets hacked out of the pile drive. Chargers are trying to focus down the Wrecking Ball, but a lot of shielding gained. It just buys enough time for the rest of the team to come through and clean up.
Gilbert was at their spawn door just heaving in kunai after kunai and got a ton of value on the back of it and was really able to keep Finley up as well. The manual hacks are coming through good, but I mean, we see a swap now. We're going to see a lot more mobility. We're going to see Hanzo main going over to the Sombra, or I'm sorry, to the Sojourn, and Shrub is going to bring the Echo out here. So, man, I'm not sure about this pick because with the turret, you're going to have to focus it down and get it out of the way in a hurry.
Vespid going up top. There's the Suzuki protected nanobush used onto the Tar. They're going to throw out Molten Core both high and low ground. But Shrub swap coming in handy already. And Vespid's going to finish off the Cyber Ninja. So Chargers finally able to get some ground as they take care of the Tar and move this truck a little further forward.
Yeah, this is great swaps coming out from the Chargers. Definitely something that we haven't seen out of them. We've got a hit scan plus burst damage coming through for Shrub. So Stoic is going to contest as long as they can. Gets the adaptive shielding up. This is going to have to be a very quick recontest for them. Otherwise, it's point A for the Chargers.
Vespid's able to at least take one of them out of the equation. One of the recontesters. Mine's on point. Get a little heals and goes rolling back in to find a kill on the Hanzo main. Ooh, lands one of those shots. 2 of those shots land on the Shrub. Shrub at literally 1 health and still manages to find the Tar. Raz comes through, and Shrub's able to duplicate the Wrecking Ball there before finally going down, running into some mines, and Finley with the finishing blow. Finlay on the outside, gets healed up from Gilbert. Excuse me, that was Fluffy on the outside. Finlay's on the inside, able to get that kill onto the Mercy. Turn up the wall, has Blade ready to go. And Mustang's doing a good job with this push and pull. It makes it so difficult for the Chargers to lock anybody down. Now with Kitsune Rush at their back, they're forcing a full retreat.
Dragon Blade ready to go. Nano 16% off. Now, big thing for Chargers right now, they're going to have overclock. So Tar and Fluffy are really going to have to watch their heads here. But I think the Nano Blade should clean up at this point in less than 30 seconds, Jeff.
There goes the Blade. The Nano applied. He's looking for the Mercy, but they valked out, so they settle for the Hanzo main instead. Pick up 2. Fluffy's going to find another, and with only 8 seconds remaining, Vespid's got to pop this Primal Rage in desperate attempt to try to keep this alive. Res comes through, and Chargers are back up to at least 3, but the sleep lands onto Hanzo main, and Fluffy continues to wreak havoc on this Charger team. Vespid falls, and overtime is gone. Cart stops shy of the first point.
I mean, Jeff, that was another massive nade that came in from Fluffy to close out the rest of that fight, picking up 3 in it and getting all the assist on the back of it. I mean, the sleep on Hanzo main, holding Overclock in their grasp and not even being able to let loose with it, because you saw the res and the immediate sleep, and then the anti came through. That was massive out of the Mustang. So, I mean, they've got a definite win condition here. 82.86 meters will take them to a 3-0 victory here in this series. And, I mean, for Charger Blue, it's time to throw everything against the wall and see what sticks. Yeah, I like, you know, looking at Vespid on the Winston. I mean, you know, had some good mechanics. Took down Finley a couple of times. Didn't have the same, you know, efficaciousness that we've seen before. From Finley. Actually got shut down a couple times. So, you know, we've seen, you saw the adaptation that came from Finley on the Genji. The push and pull, the yin and yang, the tweet and law, as you call it. And, I mean, I tell you what, this is a very potent DPS duo. We were wondering, you know, what the Tar brought to the table. Well, they've got a really deep hero pool, and, you know, are they going to actually go and teleport out and just take positioning away from the Chargers?
Best sticking with the Winston, sitting on the center rooftop. Teleport up from the Tar, immediately pounced upon. Puggy Boy lands that headshot with Kunai. That's triple headshot damage. It helps send the Tar back to spawn and early lead over to the defense of the Chargers. Mustangs aren't too dismayed as they're going to stay down low, but now they've lost Fluffy as well. So this high ground defense, so far so good in the opening 30 seconds.
Well, I mean, you know, this is what's required. They're going to have to make at least 4 holds here to try and keep themselves through. Now Stoic going to get that roll through and build up more ult charge.
Was hoping to knock somebody down to the low ground, but was not able to do so. Vespid drops down, uses the bubble, trying to block off the heals from the back, but Stoic just rolls past it. Vespid has to just bail on that. So now Stoic is going to go into the back line and try to accompany the Tar, and you can see them just collapse onto that low back. The Tar falls, though, and Mustangs are still struggling to attack this high ground. Vespid rolls all the way back up there for a little bit of safety, and both of our teams kind of retreating to their respective corners. Chargers up high, Mustang's going to go down low underneath the arch.
Well, I mean, right now, the sleeps just aren't hitting. And Shrub is definitely hitting with his primary fire. And there's a big sleep, though, and anti on top of it. He got out. He got out.
Just barely. Vespid had less than 75 health remaining. Mustangs regrouping here. Have a Kitsune Rush and the Nano to work with. Going up top is the Bio Nade, and going up top with a Nano Boost is Stoic. But running into a lot of lava as the Molten Core comes out from Shrub. Shrub looking to try to focus down Gilbert. Gilbert has to just bail in that high ground position, particularly with his tactical visor coming out of Hanzo main. The cart has kind of moved underneath them, and Chargers are late on this rotation back towards Statue, and as they try to move, they're getting picked apart. Stoic finds Puggy Boy at the end. Awkward Pride desperately tried to keep the Chargers alive, but finding there's no more teammates left, searching around with a newly revamped Mercy, there's just no hope, and you can't heal without anybody, you can't heal yourself without any teammates to heal. This card will just drift right past the Statue and right on into victory. Vespid with a last moment touch, nearly 1.79 meters as the ultimate is popped. Chargers are trickling on to this point. They do have a Kitsune Rush to hold back them up, and Hanzo main's able to use that to get 1 kill. Finlay pulls out the blade to try to bring it back. Finds Hanzo main with 1. Slashes down, but Shrub's healing was too good. Awkward Pride there to keep him alive. And, oh, the Tar might just do it with the Death Blossom to decimate 2. Finds Puggy Boy in the end. And the Tar and Fluffy left standing on the cart to celebrate a Mustang's victory.
Oh, man. I mean, that was a little bit more competitive there at the very end. I mean, the sustain, you saw everybody trying to just hold on as long as they could. They knew that the speed character was coming through. We saw some manual hacks come out from Shrub, taking Stoic out of the fight. But I tell you what, Stoic has been just a gem of a ball player today, and there was really not an answer for, 3 players of the squad. Fluffy and Finley and Stoic really carrying the team. Gilbert and the Tar, the substitute coming in on map 2. Man, this is a very potent Montco squad.
Looking good and great decision making. They were kind of struggling to take the high ground, and so they choose just to escort the cart underneath the archway. And the Chargers just didn't respond quick enough. They did not rotate fast enough, and by the time they made that decision, the Mustangs were ready for it. Then they were set up and ready to catch that aggression coming in from the Chargers, and then the Chargers lost all of their footing. It started off pretty good, and I liked the Winston coming out of Vespid, but unfortunately, disappointing the Lord of Hells today. That's a Critical Role reference for all you friends out there.
I have no idea. I don't watch it. But, it is a 3-0 victory here to Montco. They go to 1-1 now on the season. Unfortunately, an 0-2 start here for the Chargers out of UAH. So, go back to the drawing board. Figure out how to collapse down a team because, man, Finley ran rampant all day. If I give a star to the day, I think it's got to be to Fluffy. Fluffy was just absolutely incredible on the Ana.
That's a tough call. The whole team just did so good. Stoic's ball was truly impressive.
Yes.
So I think that would probably get my nod. And with the recent buffs to both Minefield, what was the other buff? He got another buff. The Minefield was the big one.
Yeah, Minefield was
shielding.
He got
his health converted to shielding. That's what it was.
Yep.
Yes. Both those buffs, Stoic using them to maximum effect. But that is going to conclude our second match of the day. We do have one more match coming up on this channel. After our break, we're going to have Southwestern Oklahoma State University taking on Western Colorado University. We're also going to pass the baton of the casting over to Soav and Jungle God.
Yeah, I actually attended. It was Western State back in the day when I attended there before I went to the Navy. I attended there for a semester, did a little bit of extracurricular college work before I deployed out to basic training. So it sits at about 9,000 feet. And it's absolutely gorgeous. So I'm going to be watching that. And Soav and Jungle God are going to take us through that.
Yeah, so y'all stick around. We'll have more Overwatch coming up at you here after a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to NECC Overwatch. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, and tonight joined on the mic by Soav. How are you doing today?
It's always good to be back here. It's another beautiful Thursday night for Overwatch, and we're gonna close out this with a fun one. I know we've got Southwest Oklahoma State University and Western Colorado University coming in. Southwest coming in off a loss, and Western Colorado coming in off a win. So a tale of two teams in a way. One looking for their win and to keep themselves on a good start to the season, and the other one just looking to extend some good work they've already put in. So with knowledge that both of these teams are looking pretty happy with the meta, I can't imagine this is going to be anything less than a good match.
I think you're absolutely right. Both of these teams really enjoy the dive style compositions. But each of them plays it a little bit differently, right? We have on one side Western Colorado University, which really likes to play it slow, right? They play patient, right? They're going to wait for their opponents to make a mistake, pounce, and delete whoever they can. Whereas on the other side, Southwest Oklahoma, they're actually, what I would say is they're a lot more flexible, right? They're a lot more adaptable in their play style. So I'm going to be looking to them to see, like, okay, how do they respond after the first couple of fights, right? To see, like, if they make adjustments or if they feel like what they're doing is going to work.
Yeah, and especially given that one is, like, both of these teams are very flexible and kind of could probably be playing a bit more passively. I really do expect to see the quality from both of these teams and all these players come out across both teams, because no one can really afford to make a mistake if you know it's going to be capitalized on, or if you know that your matchup just isn't great. Those are both things that can be capitalized on very easy.
They can, absolutely. And one person that I'm going to be looking at, I'm going to have my eyes on a lot in this match to see, like, how consistent they can be, is going to be NECC, right? Because they're the Anna coming out here for Colorado, Western Colorado University, because they're going to have a couple of great targets, I think. This is a team that really likes to use the Winston Reaper dive. So both of those are fantastic nano targets. In addition, if you've got a strong Anna on your team, they're going to be hitting these biotic grenades as well. So that says to me that a big part of Southwest Oklahoma's plan might need to be having a Kiriko in the mix so that you've got this Suzu.
Why don't we check out who is going to be coming in from Southwest Oklahoma, who they're bringing in. They've got Kiro, Virus, Orbital, Sundara, and Max Witherman. So, like you said, we do expect to see them play a little bit more differently. This is the more flexible squad, and this squad also is two teams deep. So there's a lot of flexibility, not just with the roster itself, but probably within these players. This may be just kind of the players who are more used to or suited to the comp. I don't really know. I do kind of actually expect Southwest Oklahoma to really come in and maybe dig into that bench if they need to.
And, they don't even necessarily need to dig too far into the bench either, because one of their standout players is Virus, that sophomore, who is one of their biggest flex players. They're going to start out most likely on their hit scan, right? That's kind of their preferred role, where at least the team likes to have them, but they can absolutely swap to tanks. So if they see an opportunity where maybe a little bit better matchup could be utilized using the hero pool of Virus, they might see time in place of Orbital. But you're absolutely right. I mean, this roster is so deep for Southwest Oklahoma.
Yeah, let's check out what's going on with Western Colorado there, because we already talked about one of these players, but we've got Nononana, Loose Goose, Megusaka, Ultra Kook, and Zaru. And Megusaka was the one we were highlighting earlier. And this is going to be something, like you said, I'm going to be keeping an eye on. With Megu playing an Ana and that being the preferred hero, that is a very diveable target. That is a very, very easy first pick for some of these dive heroes. So really, the way they protect Megusaka and continue to get value will be so important for this WCU Crimson team. I really do expect that the teamwork will be there for them if they want to survive this coming onslaught.
As do I, because again, I think that that kind of highlights the way that they like to play, right? They're very patient. They're going to wait for those mistakes to make. So that's going to mean that they're going to be very aware if Megusaka gets dove, right? They're going to be able to respond, appeal in order to help them out and make sure that they're going to be safe. Another thing that I think is really cool to note is two of these standout players, right, from each side. Got Megusaka is a freshman, right? So Western Colorado University, they look to have a lot of time with this player, as does Southwest Oklahoma and Virus, right? Just a sophomore over there. So love to see these younger players coming in and making a big impact on these squads.
And not to mention the younger players, but I also expect to see these older players kind of come in and help lead and guide that. These seniors and juniors that are starting to work their way out of the systems can really kind of lead the team to an advantage to really say, like, look, this is the style we've established and we've played in the past. We see how you do. We want to work you into the system, and that's the kind of important thing that you need. But all those things considered, we are starting off on map 1 here, and it's everybody's favorite. We love to joke about it, but it's Lijiang Tower. I don't know that I need to say a lot about it. It's 3 maps we've all seen so much of that are, I mean, you have your strategies for them, and you kind of know what you're going to do. But given that we're playing a lot of dive, I do expect that each of these teams is going to have their preferred method to it. And here, in Control, interesting to see what they are going to do, because this is typically the home of brawl comps, of Junkrats, of really getting in faces. So should either of these teams really do opt into the dive comp, this is going to be a little bit harder. There's no real high grounds to maintain. There's no real sight lines that aren't flat or just blocked by walls. So I do think that this is an interesting meter to see what both of these teams do in regards to their kind of more brawl-ish comps. And given that Southwest Oklahoma is opening on with Orbital on the Ramatra, I do think they are looking a little bit more aware of that in some regards. They do say they like to play this Ramatra with fast and try to engage quickly, and I do think that this is a good comp to do it. On the other side with WCU Crimson, similar idea, but just different. They're just going to play the Winston. They do have Megasaka on the Ana. There's a little bit more burst healing out of that, and I do think that that may come to make a difference between the Ana and the Kiriko. Ana and Kiriko. Really just keeping an eye on both of those supports. Who kind of gets the more value in support will make a difference.
Southwest Oklahoma as well, just doubling down into this brawl. Virus going over to the Mei as well. That could cause a lot of problems, right? And it could also kind of help to protect this backline, which is being dove right now by Nona Nona. Going down pretty low, though, so they're going to be forced to back out. Max with them in. Trying to layer in some damage from above. Virus going to be able to get the first pick onto Zaire Overwatch. So a lot of that burst damage that's coming out of Western Colorado University Crimson not going to be there anymore. We see them back off as a result.
Yeah, there's just really not much they can do, and the Reaper will get punished out too. It is a very bursty comp, but I also do think that just given how safe this team from Southwest Oklahoma can play together, there's just a lot in their favor. That said, Megusaka is already more than halfway to a nano, so they'll have a little more time to build the rest of that going into this. I do see that probably going in the Winston to build a little bit more of the primal. Meanwhile, I mean, they're just going to struggle. They're just going to kind of probably have to commit this early to get in even.
That's a good point. Either that or just opt for a different route, right? It's a little bit tough going through that choke. Already get sectioned off because of the Mei wall, but a nice bubble going to allow Nona Nona to stay up. The nano has been delivered to them, but they're taking a tremendous amount of damage. Kitsune Rush coming out from Southwest Oklahoma. Really the difference maker here, even allowing Max Rhythm to burst through all of that health that Winston has.
Now that one kind of trick for WCU Crimson is out of the bag, Southwest Oklahoma just has far more in their favor. The other 4 ultimates are all online, and that's just kind of the way this economy goes sometimes. You just have putting out more damage, you just have more answers. So the problem for Southwest Oklahoma is just not to overcommit these. They have a great hold here, they just need to keep it up.
Zaire likely going to have to be a big part of the solution here for WCU Crimson. Already starting off with a big pick. Zendara doesn't quite have that sound barrier online. Would have been useful if they'd been able to stay in this fight. Now, Southwest Oklahoma being forced to drop back to point. Dragon Strike going to cause a lot of problems on the high ground, and now WCU Crimson kind of has everybody where they want on Southwest University. They're going to be able to get a pick in. Actually going to be traded. Death Blossom out from Ultra. Going to be enough to pretty much clean up the rest of this. But still, 99% just about going to be on the board here for Southwest Oklahoma.
And given that they are just literally 1 fight away, plus 2 ultimates still on board, they'll have Annihilation plus Sound Barrier. I mean, that's enough to keep Orbital in range to just kind of clear the point. This is exactly what we were expecting for Ramatra to do, just kind of get control of the point and make it difficult to stay there. It will be tough for WCU Crimson to hold this, and now they're even swapping into Zaire on the Tracer. Just try to build a little more pressure here and keep those fast characters going a little bit sooner, because they know they have a tough fight ahead.
They absolutely do, and a big part of it is really going to hinge on Loose Goose, right? This Sound sound barrier absolutely has to be there. In addition, they're going to be having to use the speed to keep their team away from the Annihilation, which has just come out from Orbital. So, a lot of damage coming in, but in the meantime, WCU Crimson actually coming away with a pick right here. Annihilation is gone as well, so the advantage now, honestly, in WCU's favor, especially considering a lot of damage, a lot of work being done with this Primal. Now the Kitsune rush on the back of that. Good thing, too, because Sandara has a counter pick for Southwest University, but with the tank Orbital going down, that's just going to leave everybody else a lot more free to get this damage in, so Crimson will hold.
For now, they're going to recommit here, Juggle. They still aren't done, but want to win it now.
They absolutely are not. Cairo recognizing an opportunity to use the Kitsune Rush. It's allowing Max to just put in a tremendous amount, a ton of damage. In fact, it's going to be a little too much for everyone on Crimson to handle. Blizzard coming in should seal the deal.
Yeah, that's going to be all she wrote. No one there to touch. A lot of great zoning ultimates from Southwest Oklahoma here. Between the Blizzard, between the Annihilation, and the Kitsune Rush, just so many of these ultimates can buy space. This is a very space-controlling team, so you can't afford to get caught into smaller areas like that upper room. And they're very aware of just being able to kind of commit and layer these ults a little bit better, so a well-deserved win from Southwest Oklahoma. Now, the question is, are they going to change anything? Do they feel like they need to? And the answer is probably not. WCU Crimson probably also going to stay similarly. Megusaka is looking the Moira for now, and I don't know that I'm sold onto it. You know, I was promised Ana in a way. I kind of want to see the Ana. I know it's kind of being countered, but I do think that if you're going to play that, this Moira needs to get a little bit more value. It's kind of just a raw damage comp out of WC Crimson in a lot of ways. It does move fast, and it is more of a traditional dive, but you still do have very tough to dive targets on Southwest Oklahoma, so this is a tough opener for the Crimson squad.
Made even tougher because Virus has opted to stay onto the Symmetra too.
Yeah. Wow, and they have positional control. This is going to be a tough opener to break for Western Colorado.
It really, really is. They're likely just going to have to give over point possession, right? Because the moment they step onto that point, they're going to be taking so much damage from so many different directions, and being slowed down by those turrets, all sorts of things. It's just going to make it really tough. But Nona does get a toe onto point, so they are contesting, but only for a moment, just unable to stay, keep their foot on the point. But in the meantime, going to have a couple of picks either way. Now, it might come down to these Reapers on point, but at the moment, Ultra going down very low, forcing Wraith out will be Southwestern, and now Virus with that supercharged beam from Symmetra working overtime to give them their second fight win.
We were talking about the flexibility of Virus and about how that would probably come into play here, and that's kind of it, and a lot of it was just recognizing that, look, they haven't shown us a Symmetra, they haven't shown us anything, let's just stay on this and hold this point control. So they were rewarded for just basically controlling this point and, you know, playing the first picks. They also are rewarded because now they're ahead in the economy, they have a little bit more to play with. Megusaka does have one ultimate on board, but it's kind of not going to do much on its own.
They're going to have to use it quick, though, I think, as well, because already there's a lot of damage being done by Crimson. Here it is, going to be utilized almost immediately, and that's good, right before they're able to really get anything else online. Wall comes out, but it's not going to be enough, so Crimson will take first possession of this point.
All right, a good play. All right, I let it be said that I can be wrong. They did manage to get through it with just that, so... That being said, Crimson, you know, they'll start to build percentage. They do have a couple ultimates online. They'll have Primal, they'll have Sound Barrier, and they'll have Dragon Strike. Just finding the right place to put it and probably covering the point should keep Crimson in charge of this point. There is a Sound Barrier and an Annihilation on the opposite side, so they have a little bit to wear through. But a well-placed and a well-placed Dragon Strike should do the damage here.
Especially considering that Southwest University is staying very grouped up on this composition, right? So they can find a way to corral them all into a specific place. Could be pretty devastating. But Max Witherman going to strike first with the Death Blossom on point. Clearly, Crimson wasn't aware of the flank, wasn't expecting it. There were 4 players in White Room. Means 1 left to do some damage. Primal coming out from Nona, which I like because it's going to allow them to at least get a lot more percentage on the board here. But there's only so long this Winston is going to last.
That was important, too, because their dying with that was kind of what they were expecting to open with. So great aggressive call making from Southwest Oklahoma. They are just in control, continue again. So still have most of those ultimates up. They have Kitsune Rush plus Annihilation. Either one of those on its own should be enough to hold it up, but they will probably need to commit both of those. There's Crimson has begun to kind of build their ultimates up. Sound Barrier at 3 on their side. So just playing and layering these out correctly or throwing them together will be important.
I like this early Kitsune rush because it's recognizing that the Death Blossom
great
is
purple.
here. Big, absolutely massive bubble, and as well the Dragon Strike coming through for Crimson is absolutely huge. Orbital very, very low, but getting pocketed here by Cairo now, causing a lot of problems. 95% on the board. We've got Nona jumping into the backline, seeing if they could just keep a little presence on the point. In the meanwhile, Zeret able to get a pick. Lucio going down very low. Sundara actually does get healed back up to where they need to be. Somebody's going to have to touch point, though, and that's going to be a hard thing to do considering Orbital is in the Menos form right now, able to get a couple of picks. Crimson, best they can hope to do, I think, here is touch.
Ooh, big pulse bomb, yeah. It's those kind of last-minute heroics just unfortunately weren't enough, and Southwest Oklahoma just take that in a pretty commanding fashion, just showing that they commanded the space there. Not only just the space of the point, but also just the space in around them, too. Max coming in, and this is probably that flank we were looking at, and we kind of caught there in a minute. Yeah, just after it. He did clean up all 5, I believe. It didn't say anything about it, but I do believe Max was pretty much the one-man cleanup crew here. And that kind of speaks, I think, to Southwest Oklahoma's just kind of team play in a lot of ways, right? Just they know they have this team that stays together. They know this is a very brawly, kind of quick-moving comp. But if you aren't paying attention, someone like the Reaper can get in, make some space, and catch you out if you're too busy watching the bigger threat of the tank. So Southwest Oklahoma will take Li Jiang, and like I said, in a pretty commanding fashion. I do think going into different maps, though, we may not see the Ramatra as much, given just the verticality of some of these future maps to come.
Yeah, and that verticality as well. Honestly, it would play to either of these teams, right? They both like the dive, right? So even if we do go somewhere that's a little more vertical, kind of plays into that, right? You might be thinking initially that Western Colorado University, maybe that's going to be a boon for them. But honestly, I think Southwest Oklahoma is going to be able to respond in kind, especially considering the kind of flexibility we've already seen, especially with Virus.
Yeah, considering how well Virus really was very flexible there, and a lot of ways, some key elements of that between the Symmetra, some of those flexes that we saw out of them, it was just very important. And again, the flexibility of that team as well. We saw come across multiple flex supports as well. So that flexibility of that Southwest Oklahoma team was very good. Now, my question to that is, we were expecting Western Colorado to come in and be a little bit more prepared on this dive. They never really got the chance to dive. That's kind of my thought about this. They never really got the chance to engage. Most of the engagements were taken by Southwest Oklahoma. They were really pressing the issue, and that was a lot of the reason they found their success. Early Kitsune rushes, early ultimates that really found the value and just kind of caught Western Colorado off guard really did set the pace of the game. So now that Western Colorado has pick of map, I do expect them to see something that maybe they can get a little more control of, something that changes the pace of it. And I mean, I was going to say we are probably going to Kings Row, and it looks like I will be wrong here.
Yeah. Blizzard World actually might be the location that we're going to see next. If what I'm seeing from Prod, that is going to be correct. So heading into Blizzard World, it isn't necessarily the first map that comes to mind when I think about High Ground, which again I think is what Western Colorado wants to play into, right? Because I think they also want to get Southwest Oklahoma off of this brawl-based composition, right, or this ram dive or whatever you want to call it, right?
I agree.
Because I agree with what you said, right? It didn't really seem like Western Colorado had too many opportunities to dive, right?
No, they really didn't.
And part of it was I think they were just playing that Winston-based composition more as a brawl, right?
Yeah, agree.
So sure, this might be an opportunity to see it, but it doesn't scream dive to me either.
There are a couple points, especially on this, like point A, not so much the capture point segment. Not incredibly. There is that main high ground on the right, but you can kind of just play around that. Point B, that streets phase, will definitely command the high ground. So that's where I really see these kind of brawl teams, these kind of dive teams really come into play. The question I think that now I'm coming into this is, who really scrimmed this was my question mark, because I don't think a lot of teams really might have wanted to play this. I do think that also this is a big open map for something like ball, and considering we know that Southwest Oklahoma does like to play ball comps as their dive of choice, this does work in their favor. It's very easy to just run ball past the kind of setup point and just create some chaos in the background. WCU looking like they're going to start with what is probably their default comp, and I don't think that's a bad choice. It didn't look bad. They just kind of never really got it. And now that Southwest Oklahoma has kind of exited, they're opting into a more stable Sigma comp I do think all these pieces are very good. I do think the concern I have is that Max now has to play a little bit more passive to kind of protect Orbital, because while Orbital has a couple eats in that Sigma and a little bit more to defend himself, I don't think he can take these kind of aggressive plays that he really did on those initial plays. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on Max and where he ends up on these adventures too.
I think part of that as well is the fact that that's going to allow Nona to get more value as the Winston, right? Because without Max putting a lot of pressure into the Scientist, they're going to be able to dive that backline a whole lot more, right? So I think a lot of it's going to come on to Cairo to make sure that they hit their sleeps. And like you said, Max just playing a little more passive, just playing back, making sure that their Ana is protected.
Yeah, I mean, they'll just give up the high ground here, which is the right choice. They had the sensation that it was coming. Now they're just kind of pushing the issue, though. They just kind of gave up the space for free, and now there's still no real engagement. Crimson just trying to find when is the right time, waiting the resources out. Now time is now.
Right, and a big boop coming out as well to keep Nona off of that high ground. Max going down low, but an excellently placed nade. Gonna take Loose Goose out of the equation. So WCU Crimson really having to fight from behind at this point. Gonna get a counter pick, actually a couple of them coming in, but there's gonna be 3 players on point still for Southwest Oklahoma. And with the res coming in, point will remain theirs.
It will for now. Megasaka never, again, really contested, but that was just kind of the positioning they had, so as they get chased out, I'm still looking. Megasaka did manage to win in regards to the Nano race, and that was the junk trap we just saw there. Max just realizing, look, we're just going to get dove. We do need to play more defensively. This is a great answer to the Winston and this dive comp. I do like it. It's very risky, and pair that in with going their way. Southwest Oklahoma does look very primed to hold.
Here comes the nano boost now onto the high ground this time. The boop does not come in, so WCU Crimson makes quick work of 2 of the biggest threats, honestly. Max going down as well as Cairo's huge. Of course, the res does come out onto the Ana, so a lot of those heals are back, and Virus striking back. This might not be over just yet. Southwest Oklahoma making a case for it, but a big anti-nade going into Orbital and no way to clear it without a Zuzu in play. Gonna make it difficult. Now the Primal as well. That's gonna pretty much negate the effectiveness of Orbital. They do, I say that, find an incredible accretion though after getting batted around by Winston. 2 points though, 2 ticks in favor of WCU Crimson. They at least at this point, if nothing else, have a win condition on the board.
There is something to be had for that. And yeah, again, once the reinforcements came in and the resources ran out for Crimson, there was just not enough to really clean it out. In the neutral, Southwest Oklahoma has just kind of been winning, unfortunately. So swaps in, they're back over on the Hanzo. They do have this sound barrier. It'll probably be used to protect Ultra over on the Reaper, but there are just so many ultimates opposing them that it's going to have to be very sneaky to get value here, Juggle.
It will, and that's not going to be sneaky enough. Yeah, so a big pick already in favor of Southwest University. At this point, Crimson just needs to back out and stymie the bleeding. Max going to go ahead and commit the Riptire as well. Finds Megasaka. Oh, that's crippling Crimson at the knees for sure.
Yeah, so last fight is up, and this is a bit of a toss-up here. WC Crimson now has the ult economy in their favor. Because of that, they do have Sound Barrier, and they do have both support ultimates up. There is the Bob plus a Flux opposing them, but they should be able to find value versus that as long as they just play and counter off whatever Southwest Oklahoma throws at them.
Oh wow, another early pick. I mean, this is
wow,
Southwest Oklahoma's competition conversation. What's the word I'm looking for? It's the C word. Composition. It's their composition doing exactly what it needs to do, right? Looking from a distance, getting picks before Crimson can even engage.
And that's been kind of the concern, is they gave up the space and now they were playing very passively. Now they're really feeling it. Now they're still whole, but somebody has to make it, Juggle, and they might actually not get there in time. It'll be the Winston.
That is an anti-nade on 4 members of the team. Nona is able to get a pick, but Megasaka's down before they can commit the nano boost as well. So this is all going to be
no one's there.
Fight, but no one touches.
Yeah, that was my fear. Nona looked like they were trying to dive the comp and then realized there was no one to touch in time, and that was my fear. So just a little bit of a miscall, maybe a little bit lost to the madness. And I mean, I can't blame them. It's very flustering to kind of just get pushed back like that. That was a comp that looked very diveable, that looked very punishable, and looked very much like you could have felt like you could win it, and it just didn't quite come the way of the WCU Crimson. So they just kind of, it looks like they just fumbled a little bit, and now they at least have to have a chance to hold out a win. They just need to keep the 2 ticks off the board, and with that in mind, I don't know that they can continue to play this this kind of brawl dive comp, I'm not sure it's shown the success that they want. This is obviously their most practiced comp. This is their most comfort picks, but they've just kind of shown that they're getting outclassed in various ways. And even just getting a look at Southwest Oklahoma, we're seeing a very different comp here, this flexibility coming out in their favor, and I don't think Crimson will kind of see it coming. I think they're going to just get shocked by this Reinhardt charging them and suddenly just find themselves on the wrong end of a quick loss if they don't recover quickly and focus out their targets. They need to get their mental together, kind of take a breath, and just get themselves in a position to say, look, we can't drop this. We are fresh off of a win. Let's keep this going. Let's get ourselves on this pick and get ourselves a win.
Big part of that, I think, is also making sure that Crimson doesn't telegraph their dives quite so much. I think a lot of them got shut down before they started, simply because Southwest Oklahoma knew where they were coming from, right? That's going to be doubly the case right now on defense, right? It's going to be a lot harder to be sneaky, which in a lot of ways is kind of what a dive composition relies on. And so already Southwest Oklahoma, they're taking possession of the point. Massive anti-nade, though, coming here from Megasaka. Look at this position. He gets sleep dart as well. Max trying to dive the Ana, but Megasaka is just too powerful.
No, that was just, unfortunately, again, there was just, I mean, just look at all the anti-dive that is out there for Southwest Oklahoma, and just kind of caught the run end of it all. They were trying to play the point a little bit quickly, and it looks like they will take it here and close it out. So Southwest Oklahoma making quick work in one fight of this Blizzard world. And I mean, Juggle, it's really hard because I just don't think Western Colorado is expecting that. I think they were just caught off guard and were just quite blindsided by the comp in front of them.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's the key word here, right? I think this is a competitive at this point. Yeah. You know, there's talented players on both squads, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some fantastic stuff, honestly, coming out of Megasaka for sure. God. But it just hasn't been enough, right? And they need to be a little bit more flexible. Because that's, you know, that's one of the hallmarks, I think, of Overwatch, right? Is this flexibility. Being able to swap, that is a critical part of the game. And when you're missing a critical part of the game like that, it's going to come back and bite you at some point.
Yeah, it's really hard, especially if you are that predictable. If you're going to telegraph your comp and just know that we are showing what we are most comfortable with. This is our best comp. These are our best heroes, or what we think are our best heroes, because they may not be. But if you're showing constantly what you think are your best heroes, and your opposing team just goes, oh well, we can just probably counter most of this and feel comfortable doing so. These kinds of mismatches will just happen, and that's not to say anything to the players. That's just unfortunately great decision making from one team over the other, and it's hard to really say much other than that for those kinds of matchups.
Well, we're going to have a lot more to say soon, but first we're going to send it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with map number 3 between Southwest Oklahoma State University Blue and Western Colorado University Crimson. Don't go anywhere. We are back. If you are just joining us, my name is Warren Jungle God Hammond. So, to my right, your left, we are 2 maps in this matchup between Southwest Oklahoma University, State University, and Western Colorado University. And right now, Western Colorado, they've just been stymied every step of the way. I mean, Southwestern Oklahoma, honestly, is putting up a phenomenal showing. We were talking about it before, right? And one of the things Western Colorado is looking to do is capitalize on mistakes. Well, that's a problem when your opponent isn't really making any.
Yeah, and not even just not making many mistakes, because there are mistakes being made. No one's perfect.
Sure.
But the mistakes that are being made are covered by other things that just work in their advantage. The comps that they're picking really help to kind of cover any mistakes. If anybody gets out of position, there's plenty of people to cover it. These kinds of choices of that, playing the pace that they are, I mean, just enabling Virus, allowing Virus to kind of just sit and have free fire over most of Blizzard World was so important. So really just not the pace of play also in addition to that really all works in their favor. Western Colorado just needs to kind of find something that is going to give them a little bit more of an advantage here. And they are looking for Circuit Royale to do that. And I'm very interested to see that, because what we've seen and kind of what we know historically about Circuit Royale, this is not a place you play Winston. This is not a place you really bring in those kinds of dive comps. So I'm very interested to see what the thought is here. And I do think that this has to be a drastic change in a lot of ways. This is match point. They are the winning team. They are up 1-0 in the season, but they can't really afford, they don't want to go down to 1-1. So this has to be kind of like a Hail Mary. Let's make a full swap. We already know how to play Circuit Royale. We understand the concepts. Let's just put it on an even ground and try to make something big and drastic out of the side of Western Colorado, because I think it has to be now.
It does, right? There's no time left to kind of make changes, make adjustments, and like you said, this map, it's one of the ones where you just almost exclusively run Sigma, right?
Yeah.
But if you're on attack, you can go with a Winston dive first. Jump over the buildings, maybe surprise the team a little bit, but that's only gonna work once, right? Then maybe if you're on defense, you've got this great where we're looking right now, right? This enormous high ground that you can kind of stage from. But again, it's very limited situations. It's very specific moments in time, and you can't just play to that. You need to play to the whole map.
Yeah, and the other thing to that is, as a dive team, you really need to be setting the pace and taking control of the space. And we haven't seen that out of Western Colorado University. We really have just kind of seen them playing for what they feel is the right moment. They lost so much time on Blizzard World, unfortunately, just kind of waiting for the right moment to die, waiting for cooldowns to come back, and unfortunately, it just kind of punished them. Southwest Oklahoma, we saw this Sigma before. We've seen Orbital do very well on this. Virus over now on the Widowmaker. The double hit scan is big. This is like a bog standard kind of a comp. You might have opted for Sojourn, but I do think the Soldier is a better pick here. So I have to assume Western Colorado knows this is coming, and they are going to try to match it, and I think that this is the correct choice here. I do think Megasaka over on the Brig is an interesting change of pace. Brig did get a little bit of a buff with all these changes coming in, and I do think really kind of enabling Megasaka here might actually be a little bit of a difference versus this kind of more fragile backline of Southwest Oklahoma.
Especially if Crimson is able to close the distance, right? But not going to be able to do it that way, unfortunately, for Megasaka sent back to spawn almost immediately. Crimson, they just need to bide their time.
Yeah, you really can't force this 4v5. You can get a little bit of push here, but you're really just waiting on your hit scan now to come on top here. So it's going to be Zaire and Ultra to really come up and find an advantage here. Just find an angle, and they are searching. You can see it. They are going to be looking. It's going to come up to them to really set the pace.
Zaire does get spotted out by Max Witherman. Virus goes for the jump shot once again. Doesn't land this time, but well aware of exactly where Crimson is holding and what they're trying to do here. We do have a pause come in, so we're gonna try and take care of this as quickly as we can, as it looks like
disconnect.
Megasaka has DC'd, but before they DC'd, they did go over to Zenyatta, which I like that difference, right? Because if you don't do that, then Nona in that head-to-head matchup against Orbital is just going to be in a bad spot consistently because of that Discord.
Yeah, and I do think it's just kind of the right thing to do to mirror here. You did see the Sojourn on one side also, so that now being the main difference does give you a little bit of things to consider. So Soldier's ult a little more just kind of press and go and kind of get value for free. Sojourn, you really do have to put in a little bit of work, so it is going to come down to the Sojourn player to make sure that they get the value now that these maps have kind of evened themselves out. But the other thing we got to shout out, Virus again, opening pick. Finding value immediately and just not really contested has been an important factor across all three of these games so far.
It certainly has, and I mean that's again kind of where you start to wonder, like maybe we go dive, right? To see if we can just get into the back line and shut down Virus on the Widowmaker. But one thing we do know as well about Virus is that they are very, very flexible. So get them off Widowmaker. Who knows? They're gonna find somebody else great to play next.
Yeah, I mean, the other problem to this is that, again, Western Colorado has just lost so much time here where they're already down to a little under 3 minutes. That was already a minute or two off the bank, so they need to play a little bit more aggressively here and take some positioning so they can find the openings for their hit scans and their ranges to hit, and that's not an opening they want.
No, it's not, but they have taken more aggressive positioning. Zera going down, her being in spawn, that's definitely not a good thing. It's going to allow Virus to get a lot more done here, but Discord Orb will push them back. Megasaka going down, however, I don't think that's something that you can really recover from, and we see WC Crimson recognizing that and kiting away.
Yeah, they know they can't push there. They know there's not much they can do. So it'll, again, hold here. There's still a couple fights left. And now that ultimates are coming online, Southwest Oklahoma does have Trance up first, and that is way bigger. There isn't really much to continue, and that's a great opening pick. That's just more time off the clock. Southwest Oklahoma just primed to continue to hold here.
They are, and they're taking out Cairo.
Oh, that's huge.
Her getting that headshot is huge. That's definitely going to relieve a lot of the pressure that's been put on Nona, and we can see already they're healed back to full, and now this cart is going to get a little bit of movement around the corner. I'm expecting Loose Goose to use this window pretty proactively pretty soon here. Virus already, though, on the high ground. They're going to be tough to dislodge, and oh my gosh, as soon as that window goes down, they're gone.
Yeah, that was just prime time for that. So, I mean, fight's as good as over. There's not really much you can win with that. Now, Southwest Oklahoma, again, 3 ultimates on their board as they clean this up. 4, I'm sorry. It's tough. They just have the economy in the favor. They've been putting out more raw damage, and the numbers just continue to benefit them. Zera has been trying. Zera has looked great on that Widowmaker. She has been able to hit shots. She has been able to do some of the work, but it's just kind of become a problem of not capitalizing it. And again, Virus just finds their opposite before, like on the way out. This is last fight territory. All the ultimates are stacked for Southwest Oklahoma. There is not much that WCU can do here. They need something big out of one of these players.
They're recognizing that the Widow duel not going her way at the moment, swapping over to the Tracer. Virus once again, though, able to find Ultra right before they get the overclock on the line. Big Gravitic Flux coming in as well for Southwest Oklahoma. 30 seconds left to go. This final fight's going to be scuffed, if anything, for Western Crimson.
It was an okay disengage. They still don't have everybody, but they need to get somebody there. Ultimates are coming online for them, but Southwest Oklahoma didn't spend anything to win that. They spent Flux. They still have everything else on board. WCU Crimson, now they have some answers. They just need to find any tool to break open this defense.
And this card is in a terrible position because, exactly, Sundara, she pops the window, right? You have to stay on the cart, but there's nowhere you can hide and not be in view of this window. Max using that window as well with the tag visor, just so much guaranteed damage. Gonna be a little bit of backup here because a lot of damage did come in, but everybody looking really low. Orbital actually going down here. WCU Crimson has an opportunity to turn this around. Virus seeing if they can turn things in their favor. Grapple shot dinks Megasaka, but they're able to get healed back up. However, that immortality field is gone. Still, they're trying to wait for the respawn to come in so that Orbital can put some pressure on point. Cairo actually diving in, playing the front line. Zenyatta, almost not enough. We almost got them off of point. They will give up first.
I do like Zare over to this Tracer. Great change, great pop-off in the last second. I think the difference here is that Zare now needs to commit the time and energy to just bothering this Widow. Nona also on the Doomfist, more for speed here. Don't know if they'll stay on it long-term, maybe just for the time being, but I do like Zare over on this Tracer. She has looked very good whenever she's been on it, and I think she just now needs to get back, and now that that kind of signal has been made, Virus will move to something a little more bursty. Some changes will come in, and I mean, they're giving up a lot of space here, so there's probably one fight before this closes out. The tools are in Crimson's favor. They have Window, they have Pulse Bomb. They're further along in Trance. This can work if they play proactively.
This is interesting as well. We're seeing Sandara. She has opted to go over to the Brigitte as well. So a very greedy backline, going to be punished almost immediately. The window coming out from Loose Goose allows Nona get a little more damage in. WCU Crimson cruising at the moment. And like you said, because they had to give up so much ground, probably not going to get a second shot at this.
Oh, no. The question is, will this stop, though, Juggle?
A lot of damage coming in from Virus. Still not quite enough. Point is going to be captured. So WC Crimson, they've got a second life here in a big way.
Okay, this is big. This is a change they needed to weigh. I think a lot of these changes, they won without committing any ultimates, so it worked out in their favor, just winning it in the neutral. I think this is the changes they needed to come in, and Southwest Oklahoma wasn't ready for it. They are ready now, though. They have 3 ultimates up on board, including Trance to add whatever needs to be ended here. So Crimson might be able to push a little bit further, but they will probably have the foot put down against them here.
The 3 ultimates online now as well for Crimson. No, getting very close to the Gravitic Flux as well. Pulse Bomb is going to be a stick. Zare, though, takes herself out of the equation as well. Gyro Transcendence has been forced out, so SWU tried to push back pretty hard, and with Megasaka going down, that's going to signal the retreat from Crimson.
Yeah, you're down your Trance. You kind of wanted that going into this, considering there is Visor on the other side if you're paying attention. It'll probably be a quick stall here, and they need to continue to get this. They need to block this Visor with Trance. They do have the ultimates for Crimson now, so they can continue to push again, but they need to make sure they time these right.
Shield getting very low as well. No, they're going to start things off with a Gravitic Flux. Ultra in the high ground, able to get a pick. The stick coming in onto Ultra. Are they going to be able to survive long enough to get the counter pick onto Virus? Tried to duck and dodge as much as they can, but Melee will finish him off. Minute 20 left to go, and Crimson, dare I say, seems to have figured something out here. They seem to have adapted, and I, for one, love to see it.
Yeah, I'm so glad they have. Sandera will find one on the way out. There is the rally. They are not done yet here, Juggle.
No, they are not, especially considering Zare is down now. Ultra trying to get something done with the overclock, but honestly just forced to back off at this point and respect the rally. Yeah,
that was kind of... It was a good use of it to just draw that space, and the changes will come through to try to put a last foot down here. Very bursty comp now in the window to kick it off here. This is their last stand, Juggle.
It absolutely is. Crucial, though, is the fact that Orbital does have the Gravitic Flux. They're likely going to want to try and hold on to this as long as they can. Last chance, last case, worst case scenario, they use it to get a Sig 9 here. Virus does have the Deadeye as well, so they could use this proactively, pull everyone up in the air, and just make it easy to get those skulls.
Yeah, I do like this rotation, though. This is Crimson just using the map awareness very, very well. They recognized no one was playing from these higher angles, and now they just were free to capitalize on it. This should work, considering they have a little bit more time to build ultimates. They can capitalize on this now that they have a different angle to poke from.
That was a nice anti-nade. That's actually going to slow down Crimson getting a lot of positioning that they wanted here. And that's going to be very important because they're going to have to win this completely dry at this point. We do get the contest onto point at the last moment. Deadeye is online now for Virus. Overtime clicking down, though. We get a touch at the last moment, but a huge Deadeye. That's going to seal the deal. Southwest Oklahoma will stop the card at the 11th hour.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slog there at the end, but they managed to kind of find the ultimates, find the pace they were used to setting. And again, I just don't think they were expecting it. I think they thought they had the read. Maybe they were expecting that they were still going to try to force this kind of Winston Reaper die brawl, and they were just kind of ready for it. They were met on their own level. So with a win condition for Crimson to stay alive here, this is a good place to go. They just have to get most of the clear. And I do think they found the pieces on the side of Western Colorado University. Zare has looked great on that Tracer. It is hard not to express, like, versus all of those other heroes, she has looked just fantastical. Just building those pulse bombs quickly and effectively, getting in the back line and harassing, I like that. I think that's something you stick with. Even the rest of these pieces as they change, I think have just looked very good. Megasaka over in the Brig, have some question marks here, but I do think it has gotten the value you might have wanted out of it. You do have a little bit more free just heal out of it. I kind of almost maybe wish you played double flex support again. Bring back the Zen, especially with Soldier out there. You do have a lot of value to be had, but I do think that this is a comp that gels for them. Now, the concern I have with this is they have no reason to change. This is a semi-predictable comp that you've seen before out of them. Does Southwest Oklahoma predict this and then play into that? And I think we're getting that. We're seeing the Genji Tracer. We're seeing more flanker-heavy play, and I expect to see Zen Bap in the backline too. So, okay. Well, Karo's going to go to the Ana. They're going to make that last-second change. I do think that this is a bit more of still a flank-heavy comp. Getting the Genji in the back to get more damage and to harass a little bit better is a new thing that's fresh here. So I do think that this has some potential to work and keep this push live.
Ultracock going down pretty low right off the bat. Gonna get healed back up though. A little bit of Volt Charge over to their healers. Nona with a big pick to start things off. Max maybe taking a little too big of a flank there. But with the pick on the Virus now, it's flopping back and forth here. So neither team necessarily getting a big advantage, at least until now.
Yeah, that was a great hold and great positioning. Just meeting them and not realizing they didn't have to give up space was a boon for WCU Crimson. So speaking of boons, they will be halfway to that Dragon Strike, and that's already pretty huge. They could probably get it as soon as this fight, and that is enough to hold it as long as they catch someone out. The Kiriko will come in to try to buy a little bit more freedom and a little more stability in this comp, and I don't hate it. It's a little more free damage. It's a little more healing, and cleanse is always good. I would just keep an eye on Zaire now because now there's a matchup in the Hanzos, and we saw how that goes. Yeah.
Zaire, unfortunately, that matchup going to go Virus's way almost immediately. So Southwest University going to get a lot of space here, but I like how quickly Crimson has kited away.
Yeah, that was a good disengage, and again now Ultra gonna give that up and move over a little bit more. Zaire does have a chance in this duel, but we've seen these Zaire Virus duels constantly go the way to Virus, so I'm watching that going forward.
Zaire might not even want to necessarily focus, I think, on Virus at this point, and maybe just play out of their sight lines, just trying to put in a lot of damage to these shields that Orbital has. Gonna get the last moment contest here from Crimson. Loose Goose already has to use that Immortality Field, though, so that doesn't signal anything good for Crimson. And in fact, Southwest Oklahoma will get the first point capped.
Yeah, all it cost him was a nano, and that's pretty fine. He used it to build up everything else. You have pretty good combinations across most of the board here. So, I mean, Flux Dragon's always good. A late pick is even better. You still have the Kitsune Rush too, plus Tac Visor. Just picking a combo and committing to it will be enough to keep Southwest Oklahoma Blue on the victory here. A rally from the Beyond? Okay, that's interesting. This is very early.
Yeah, it strikes me as early as well. Virus striking with Dragon as well to see if they can split the team up a little bit. There will be the Gravitic Flux coming through now from Nona. In fact, that one's going to do a little more damage, especially with the Dragon Strike going through. So beautiful play there from Crimson.
Well, we did want Crimson to take control of the game, right? We wanted them to set the pace, and that early rally going into fight with armor is one way to do it. So, you know, it was a little surprising maybe because we didn't see it exactly where it was placed, but it was the right call. The problem is now they don't have a lot on their side. There's a window versus a Kitsune Rush with Visor, so this is not looking good for Crimson to hold here, but I do think that with a few aggressive plays and control of the tempo, they can hold this.
They're going to need to look for picks early as well, I think. So I think a lot of the impetus is on Zaire this time. Window does come out. Here's the Kitsune Rush. Max waiting for a moment to see when they want to use his Stack Visor. He's going to go and come out now. They found a nice flank into the backline. Big anti-nade as well from Cairo. Going to help get the job done. So Southwest Oklahoma will be able to capture this point.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably expected just given the ult combinations on board, but again, with WCU Crimson just setting the control of the pace, they didn't look good. They looked like they could have probably set that off, but unfortunately just was not to be. So the finish line draws closer now, and considering that neither team has a lot, Virus does have Dragon Strike, but you can't necessarily win the fight on that alone. This positioning, though, is something you can win on. So this very high ground, just well stacked up together from Southwest Oklahoma, is a very, very good place to start this off as the card will roll around. So this positioning will help get them the rest of their ultimates in play and give them a good lead going into this turn.
And it's going to bleed a lot of resources out of Crimson as well, right?
Yeah.
Because they're going to have to try and find a way to get around that corner. The only way they're going to do it is if they utilize some of their abilities, and then they're going into that fight at a disadvantage as well. Sonic Arrow from Zare, though, nice, lining things up. Beautiful shot on the Virus as well. So that is absolutely one way to start things off here in your favor. The anti-nade will come in. It's going to cause pause for a second, but what we needed to see, I think, there from Crimson was more capitalization on those
that's
big
3.
picks. That's a nasty
Oh,
nade.
that's huge. Kiro just decides to put it. Kiro just decides that, no, I'm going to win this fight for them, and that's incredibly fine. Look, we can talk about ultimates all we want, but these still abilities, these anti-nades, still just win fights on their own juggle. They're still so big, and now with 3 ultimates in their bag, Southwest Oklahoma is just primed to close this out.
They absolutely are, especially considering Orbital has this Gravitic Flux as well. They can stop people from getting to point if they need to. Here comes the Gravitic Flux, this time from Nona. It's going to be a nano committed to Orbital just to keep them alive. Max Witherman does fall, but Varus strikes back, taking Zare out of the equation. Ultra getting ready to get that attack visor online, though, could spell trouble, especially considering Orbital doesn't have necessarily a whole lot of shield left.
No, and those early picks worked in their favor, though. There is the time bank still for Southwest Oklahoma. Ooh, Virus finds 1, though. It's still going, Juggle. They're still not ready to call it.
No, they are not. Megasaka has to use the Transcendence to try and keep their team alive.
Oh, good shot.
Big shot from Orbital. That's going to change things dramatically. And now the attack visor coming in as well from Max, seeing if they can turn things around. But honestly, that's just a win for Crimson because they get rid of another win condition.
It was a little bit ambitious to think they could have won with what they had, maybe man down with that Kitsune rush. They might have won that back just given the kind of state of play now, because Crimson now has ultimates on board. They'll have 3, and there's nothing really on the other side. The Junkrat is back, and Virus is well on their way to a Dragon Strike, but this is just going to cost a lot of time to build those ultimates to really set up an effective fight, and WCU Crimson has the tools to hold.
Virus going down again means that Southwest Oklahoma is in a tough spot. Cairo going down as well. This is just another very quick regroup here for Southwest Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, Southwest Oklahoma just doesn't know where to look. There's a great crossfire coming in from the top ground, and there's just great holds across and creating crossfires from the side of WCU Crimson, so they are continuing to hold, and they're rewarded for it. 4 ultimates on board. Again, just the riches of ultimates to fight through, and there's not much to on the other side. Virus gave up most of that charge to go to Tracer, feeling there's going to be a touch, and it's last fight, so a big mountain for Southwest Oklahoma to climb here. It's looking difficult for them.
It certainly is. This is great to see coming out from Crimson. Tac Visor plus the Amp Matrix. Feels like it was a little bit early, though. Everybody just to kite away from it, so 2 of the big tools that Crimson had are now gone.
Yeah. That might have been a little too soon there. That's a little unfortunate. Loose Goose falling also is not what they need.
Yeah, it's really not. This flank from Virus getting a lot of work done for sure. It's pulling the attention of Ultra off of the point. In the meantime, Nona finding a big Gravitic Flux, but now SW smells blood in the water. They've got 3 picks. Somebody from Crimson going to have to touch almost immediately. I don't think anybody is left, despite a very valiant effort from Crimson. Ooh. Southwest Oklahoma State University Blue will get the win here tonight.
Yeah. It was looking good, and it was a great, well-fought match for Southwest Oklahoma. Crimson had the tools to do it. It just kind of seems, again, in that 11th hour, we've kind of seen just like a miscommunication, a little bit of a miscall, or someone just kind of making a decision too early that didn't quite line up, and those kinds of small mistakes, unfortunately, just can snowball into something bigger. And that's kind of a story of these last 2 maps, right? Last-minute decisions kind of get called, communication drops a little bit, an ultimate gets used too early, someone isn't in the position they need to be in to touch point, and unfortunately just costs Crimson, who was up 1-0, now it sets them to 1-1.
It does, but on the flip side, it does bring Southwestern Oklahoma State University up to 1-1, so they have to be feeling pretty good, especially after last week where they lost 0-3. So this is fantastic. Definitely going to be a big confidence booster, and I loved everything that I saw from them tonight. Crimson as well. You know, when they swapped, things looked good, right? We saw big improvements. And so, honestly, I think this is a team that maybe is more comfortable on a lot of compositions that they don't think they're necessarily that comfortable on, because that was a very close affair on that last map.
Yeah, I do think there's maybe even just a slight confidence issue. You know, it's
Perhaps.
It's very easy to just sit and say these are our best heroes. Let's play our best heroes that we can play, and let's just run it down. But trust yourself. You know, like when sometimes you know these comps, you know the Sigma comps that you're supposed to play on those. Sometimes when you run those back and you see success, you got to pay attention and think, maybe in the future we need to look towards more maps that do this. Maybe we need to consider these on other maps. And for Western Colorado University, I do think that there is a lot of growing to be had from this map, but also a lot of good successes to bring from it.
There absolutely are. Well, that is going to do it here for us, at least on the B stream tonight here at NECC. Thank you all so much for joining us in chat. Thank you, Soav, for casting alongside me, and as well, all of our production in with us as well. Big shout out to Hippie and Bryce Burr. Thank you all so much. Before we close this out, any final words from you, Soav?
Just go on over and check the last of A stream. There's still one more game going, and there's plenty of good NECC action still left. So can't wait to see what the rest of these teams bring it this season, Juggle.
All right, well, thank you all so much for tuning in. GG's, and see you next time.